African National Congress Women's League. I want to create a world where women are equal and empowered.
Rights begin. Human rights begin when the majority of the people are able to live those rights.
Impact and legacy. Our role models are making a lasting impact in their communities, inspiring change and driving progress. Wanjira Maathai, Kenyan environmentalist and vice president of the Green Belt movement. I believe that African women can drive sustainable development and environmental conservation.
Today, as a human family, we do find ourselves facing the greatest challenge of our time, the climate crisis. We are at once faced by uncertainty, inequity, and urgency like never before. And to make it through all of this, our narrative has to start with this reality that people, poverty, and inequality have got to be at the center, at the heart of how we meet this moment.
Graham Achol, Mozambican politician and humanitarian, and former First Lady of Mozambique and South Africa. I've dedicated my life to promoting women's rights and education. I want to leave a legacy of empowerment and equality for African women.
Tradition has developed a series of practices which over time have become beliefs, which in essence, they put women in a position of inferiority. They put women in relationship within the family, within the community, within the nation at large, in a relationship of power, instead of relationship of equality, of mutual acceptance, of building on the strengths of every single individual in the family. Tradition has developed a sort of hierarchy in the relationship between men and women. And that leads to discrimination. That's why girls are the last to go to school. That's how girls' parents believe.
These extraordinary women are more than just role models. They are the architects of a brighter future. Through resilience, innovation, and leadership, they continue to break barriers and inspire generations to come. But the journey doesn't end here. Every voice matters in the movement for empowerment. Whether through mentorship, advocacy, or support, we all have a role to play in shaping a more inclusive and equal future for African women. Join us in celebrating these achievements, share their stories, support women-led initiatives, and be part of the change. Together, we can create a world where every African woman has the opportunity to thrive.
To younger women, my call to action to you is nothing will be handed to you on a platter. You've got to fight for it. You've got to make it work. You've got to go for it. Be yourself, be confident, and know that the experiences you're going through are not peculiar to you. One of the best things about the book that we wrote is showing other women that even women in high leadership positions go through some of these same experiences. They don't go away, but knowing that other women go through it helps when you're a younger woman. So my call to action is seize the moment, be yourself, move forward.
Education, even skilled women, sometimes it's not sufficient for them to take control to the point where they say, I'm not going to allow myself to do this. So
I'm not minimizing the importance of education. I'm saying if we don't go and understand the other underlying factors, which can be called traditional or whatever, I hate to call them cultural, because I don't think culture in any place is oppressive. Culture always elevates all of us. That's culture. But traditions, yes. Tradition can be oppressive, and they are oppressive.
Recognition that women in leadership is no longer just words. There are a lot of women, especially African women, who are finding themselves in places of leadership. But I think historically women have just been excluded. We are not at the table when decisions are being made on boards or in the top leadership. We often have responsibility without authority, is what I say. And so this is what has to change. But I think also because of the historical exclusion of women, there's also been somewhat of an acquiescence. Women often don't put themselves forward for leadership. I've seen that most recently in our politics, where you have clear provisions, legal provisions for women to be in leadership. And it's difficult sometimes to find women to run for office. I've seen it in community leadership at the Greenbelt movement, where women were often always the only group members. And so the leadership of the governance of those groups was often women. So women were the chair, they were the secretary, they were the treasurer. But as soon as one man entered the group and they became, you know, a more integrated group, when they picked the leader, they would often always pick the man.
Africa, a continent of vibrant cultures, resilient people, and inspiring women. Africa is rising, and at the heart of this transformation are women bold, visionary, and unstoppable. For centuries, they have been the backbone of families, communities, and nations. But today, they are stepping into the spotlight like never before. From politics to entrepreneurship, activism to education, these women are rewriting the narrative. They are not waiting for permission. They are taking charge, breaking barriers, and creating new possibilities for the next generation. This is more than a story of success. It is a movement of empowerment, resilience, and change. It is about women who dared to dream, who fought against the odds, and who are shaping the future of Africa. Welcome to Dear Daughter Podcast with Mariam. Welcome to Empowering African Women, a documentary celebrating the achievements of remarkable women from across the continent. From politics to entrepreneurship, these role models are inspiring a new generation of leaders. Introduction to the role models. Meet our role models, women who have broken barriers and achieved greatness in their respective fields. Dr. Joyce Banda, former president of Malawi,
The highest rate of women entrepreneurs is not in America or in Europe. It is in Africa. 40% of businesses in Ghana, Nigeria, and Uganda are owned by women. Today, women entrepreneurs are building startups and driving innovation from media, fashion, agritech to clean energy. They are rewriting what African entrepreneurship looks like. We are talking about millions of jobs, billions in revenue. Over 100 million young African women will enter the economy in the next decade, and they are set to own it.
Africa is a continent of rich history, diverse cultures, and extraordinary people. Among them are women who have defied the odds, shattered ceilings, and left an indelible mark on the world. Today, we celebrate these trailblazers, women who have broken barriers and inspired generations with their courage, vision, and resilience. These are their stories. In the realm of politics, few have soared as high as Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Liberia's first female president and Africa's first elected female head of state. Taking office in 2006 amidst the ashes of a brutal civil war, she faced a nation divided and in despair. Yet with unwavering determination, she rebuilt hope. In her inauguration speech, she proclaimed, "In the past, we have been a nation of division, of conflict, of war. But today we stand united as one people with one destiny." Her leadership not only stabilized Liberia, but also lit a beacon for women across the continent to step into power. In science and the environment, Wangari Maathai stood as a towering figure. A Kenyan environmentalist, she founded the Greenbelt movement, planting over 50 million trees to combat deforestation and empower communities. Her activism came at a cost: arrests, threats, and opposition from those who feared change. But she pressed on, guided by a profound belief. In her Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech, she said, "We are called to assist the earth to heal her wounds and in the process heal our own." Her legacy is a greener Africa and a call to protect our planet. In the world of business, Folorunsho Alakija redefined what's possible. From humble beginnings as a secretary, this Nigerian visionary built Famfa Oil into a powerhouse, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest women. Her journey wasn't just about wealth, it was about impact. She once shared, "I am a woman of faith, and I believe that with God, all things are possible." Through her success and philanthropy, Alakija has opened doors for countless women to dream big and build their own legacies. In the arts, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie wields her pen like a torch. This Nigerian author's novels like
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on financial reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is just protecting girls as well.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition, and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured, of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
طرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance,
Of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are saying you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC to joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council, aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on financial reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Hero genocide descendants. So that is an area of interest for me, but also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's the law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirt Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirt Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirt Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999 which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirt Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirt Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Keynote pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's the law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, infra and...
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honorable members. Just to indicate that this is a free sitting, so everyone should come forward and fill up the spaces in front. And we want to apologize for starting a bit late. We just need a few minutes to get all our experts in the room. We're having a little bit of a challenge with accreditation. Thanks for your patience.
ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirt Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirt Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate
Good morning once again, and we apologize for the delay in starting the meeting. I want to welcome all of you, and we are ready to start. His Excellency Honorable Fortune Charambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Her Excellency Honorable Dr. Fatimatu Habib, the First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Mariam Ibit, the Vice President of the National Assembly of Chad, Honorable Amina Tijani, the President of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus, members of the Pan-African Parliament, our speakers for the day, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and fellow advocates for gender equality across the continent, you're welcome. I warmly welcome you to this important commemoration of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Day, holding today, a day where we honor, reflect, and celebrate the remarkable contributions of women in our societies and institutions. Today, we gather not only to celebrate the milestones achieved by African women in leadership, legislation, and grassroots movements, but also to confront the challenges that remain in the journey towards equity, inclusion, and empowerment. This year's theme, Women Driving African Economic Justice and Innovation, Advancing Reparation Through Enterprise, reminds us that African women are not just beneficiaries of economic change. They are key drivers of innovation, entrepreneurship, and justice. Our program today will include a welcome remark by the First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, remark by the President of the Women Caucus, and the opening statement by the President of the Pan-African Parliament. This will be followed by a presentation by the Vice President of the National Assembly of Chad. And after that, we'll have a family photo where we also have a little break. The next session will be entitled, Reimagining Reparations, Women as Economic Architects. And we'll have panelists that will join us in elaborating on that topic. This will follow discussions and question and answers, and after that we go over to the second plenary session. We'll also have panelists and followed by the question and answers. And after that, we'll break for lunch. Also to indicate that there are exhibitions by women entrepreneurs outside, so you also have an opportunity to view what is on display. To officially welcome you, may I use this opportunity to call the First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Habib, the First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Please join me and give her a round of applause.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to welcome you all with all protocols observed, and we are honored that you are here with us to commemorate the Pan-African Women's Day. And we all know the significance and the important role played by the African women, and the women especially wherever it's placed in the society. We cannot plan or contribute or aspire to build a strong nation without the active participation of women. The woman is the mother, the wife, the sister, and she is the foundation of building a society. Therefore, we cannot expect any sustainable development without the active participation of women. And we are here to enrich the discussion about the role and of the woman and the support by her brother, the man, because each one plays a very important role in building the society, as it is an integrated role for the general interest and for the sustainable development. And I wish that the discussion would be serious, and we have conclusions that support the African women. And at the conclusion, I would like to welcome you again here, and we wish you well in this noble mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. May I welcome the President of the Women Caucus to make her remarks. Madam Tijani.
Honorable President. Honorable President. Elle parle. Extraordinary efforts have been made to fund participation within a short timeline. Distinguished representatives of the African Union Commission, NEPAD, and UN Women, Dr. Cindy Sue, President of the Global Women's Circle, and co-president of the African side of W20, Professor Miawa, vice president for research and post-university studies, innovation, and commercialization in the South Africa University, distinguished delegates of the Commonwealth, representatives of the civil society, the private sector, and African students, specifically the young girls involved in the business domain, female entrepreneurs, and the exceptional men who are here to support and celebrate and defend the rights of women. We really are grateful to you. Distinguished guests, all protocol duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with honor and immense pleasure that I take the floor now to wish you a warm welcome to the commemoration of the Pan-African Women's Day for the 2025 year, organized by the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament in this headquarters of our continental legislative organ in Midrand in South Africa. This commemoration falls in line with the continuation of the dialogue, high-level dialogue, I must say, which began last year in N'Djamena in Chad, in partnership with the National Transitional Council on the theme of the African Union for the year 2024, which was Educate a Woman, that is adapted for the 21st century. This dialogue enabled us to learn on entrepreneurship and financial legitimacy as a fundamental pillar for women's empowerment, and it is on this at this event that the decision to commemorate in an official way the Pan-African Women's Day for 2025 was taken. This year, under the theme Women as Levers for Justice, Economic Justice in Africa, lead to the progress of entrepreneurship, we reaffirm that African women are not spectators in continental development, but they are pioneers, they are backbones and actors who are inevitable economic, social, and political levers of our continent. This theme resounds with that of the African Union for the year 2025, Justice for African Women and People of African Descent through Reparations. It calls on us to build economic worlds that are not exclusive, but to ensure that we work in a systematic way so as to build more equitable economies that are creative and sustainable. Our objectives today are clear. That is, ensure that there's economic reparation as a form of justice, promote female entrepreneurship as a lever for transformation, position African women as major stakeholders for innovation and industrialization, establish strategic partnerships and support structures, integrate the economic agenda of women in the government policies that are key, mobilize partners as champions of change, document and divide inspirational talks. We are expecting a continental call for action on economic reparations by enterprises, a strengthening of political commitment as well as budgetary commitment of the legislators, the consolidation of new partnerships, as well as the identification of new ways or means for investment, a platform for the sharing of entrepreneurial models, a true increase of female leadership in the transformation of the economy, a strategic alignment with the key principles of continental and global development. Through the continent and the diaspora, African women are redefining economic models, and they are creating as well as developing small and medium-sized enterprises. They are innovating with regard to excellent technology in agriculture, and they contribute actively in the integration, in the commercial and regional integration. And let us reiterate that there is no need for we cannot have economic justice without gender justice. Persistent inequalities with regard to access to land, loans, education, political power, and physical security of women are obstacles which are structural in nature and which hinder women's potential and slow their progress in the continent. In this context, the African Union Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women is not only a legal instrument, it is a cornerstone for our economic freedom. It acknowledges that violence is structural and it's a hindrance to development, considering the fact that no country can prosper if 50% of its population lives in exclusion. Is as a complement on gender, as a complement, a model law for gender equality and equity is being drafted by the African Union, Pan-African Commission for Human Rights, People with Disabilities and Youth Affairs, and this would lead to guaranteeing the enterprises that are led by women to obtaining a favorable legal environment, providing access to funding and institutional recognition. The presence among us of partners of the African Union Commission, NEPAD, UN Women, and other institutions like the Circle of Global Circle for Business Women are just proof of the growing dynamics of gender-sensitive economic continental growth. I would like to acknowledge the women who are working in the respective panels today, from trade, technology, the academic world, the public sector. They are custodians of knowledge, and their proposals and experiences shared will lead to us garnering information on actions to be taken for the progress of our institutions. It is a call to action addressed to parliamentarians, political decision makers, university dons, private sector stakeholders, placing women in the economic development of the continent. As parliamentarians and political leaders, we have to make women's empowerment a priority and a strategic one. Our deliberations today should reflect this will. We would make of this platform a tool for reflection, but above all, for concrete proposals through law, through parliamentary oversight, or for proximity advocacy. The Pan-African Parliament, especially its Women's Caucus, is committed to transforming this reflection into a lever for reform to the university world or the academic world, the development of the private sector. We are hoping to bring together our work around common objectives, and our sisters would be used during the cultural show. Your voice essential in this movement. I cannot conclude without paying tribute to the dynamism of our mothers, sisters, and daughters, be they in the rural or in the urban milieus, for their remarkable resilience, for their daily work on our farms, in the markets, in the homes, and in the institutions. They ensure the balance in the African family. I would also like to acknowledge women who are present in the conflict-torn zones. They are committed in the mediation process for peace. Their commitment is just proof of the depth of their humanism. They are symbols, living symbols at that, of a peaceful Africa, which is inclusive and which prompts us to build. We are hoping to build. May their examples serve as an inspiration to other women and prompt them to commit themselves with courage and abnegation for a more prosperous and equitable Africa. An empowered woman and a fulfilled woman will lead to a happy home, a peaceful community, and finally, a nation that is stable and developed. When a woman has access to economic opportunities, when she controls resources, she fully plays her role and actively takes part in the progress of her home, her community, her country, and humanity as a whole. On behalf of the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament, I wish you all a warm welcome, and I wish you fruitful debates. May this day get us closer to the Africa we have to bequeath to the future generations. Long live gender equality and equity and the empowerment of the African woman. Long live the economic and sustainable development of the African woman, and long live Africa. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
President of the Women Caucus. Yeah, thank you, President, for initiating the Women's Commemoration Day, and also for highlighting what needs to be in place for them to take up their role in driving economic change, and also for encouraging us women to take up our position in the continent as drivers of change. For the next statement, let me welcome the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fortune Charambira, to make the opening statement. Your Excellency, a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. The first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Habib, and the other Bureau members who are not in this room. The Chair of the Women's Caucus, and the other chairpersons of committees in this Parliament and the bureaucracies. We have the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Chad. Other dignitaries here. I see the front, former Vice President Pap, Safia. I see the whole team of presenters. We'll see you when you present. And the special greetings go to the male MPs and other males in this room who have come to attend the Women's Day. I really salute all the males in this room. Some, the moment they heard it was a Women's Day, they said, I have no business to go there, I'm not going there. It's for women. Yet the issues of women affect us all. So please, that is the beginning of the story, which is that we are gathered here not only to see that we address the issues of women, and indeed we are still struggling. Only the other day, this week in this room, we debated, MPs debated the issue of gender equality. And we reflected on many issues. relating to women, including their representation in many public and private institutions, that we need more women as a proportion of all people in a particular organization. How many are women? We are told the number of MPs on the continent who are women, and we are told that only 25% of a total of 10,000 parliamentarians in Africa, 10,000 parliamentarians in Africa, only 25% are women. But the paradox is that we're also told that women constitute more than 50% of the population in Africa. Please, if you want, after this commemoration, one takeaway home, as you leave, go back to your office tomorrow or any other day or home, I want you to go with one, or maybe more than one, but the first one, I'm saying, out of the 10,000 members of parliament on this continent, only 25% are women. What is 25% of 10,000? Sorry? 2,500 out of 10,000 are women. Yet the population, that's what I want you to take home and to tell others. Yet women constitute, I think they talk of 52, is it 52, 53? You know better. Tell me the figure. 52% of the population are women. So it means there should be at least more than 5,000. So you are being shortchanged by more than 2,500 women MPs on this continent. You are shortchanged in terms of demographics. So on such a day, we need to take stock. We take stock and say, where are we as women? And I've just told you where you are. That out of 10,000, you are only 2,500 instead of 5,000 or 6,000. That is a serious matter. That when we gather like today, we need to speak to these issues and say, why? Why? But we have parliaments like Rwanda that have made deliberate moves to ensure the number of parliamentarians is good. Honorable Bideri, Rwanda, tell us the statistics. Okay, let me switch off this.
Thank you, Excellency. In the National Assembly, which we call the Chamber of Deputies, 68.7% are women. 68.7% are women. Now, in the Senate where I am, 58% are women.
You get that? Did you hear? In Rwanda, 68% are women in the National Assembly. And in the upper house called the Senate, 58% are women. Can we properly clap louder than what we are doing? Any other country here which you say, yeah, we also boast of more women in parliament? Any other country? In this room, raise your hand. Any other country?
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. Thank you. Ethiopia, she's a deputy speaker of parliament after all. Yes, she's a deputy speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. In our case, in national parliament, we have 43% almost. 43% of, in the cabinet, almost 44% are women.
Thank you. They are on 43, they should be on 52, but I think they are doing better than many of you. Zimbabwe, yes. Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe are on 33%, Mr. President.
33%?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone want? Yes, yes. Switch off other mics.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity. South Africa boasts 46% women, and our Speaker and Deputy Speaker are both women. So that's an achievement on our end.
No, you were too fast. I didn't get the first part. You were too fast. South Africa, 46% are what? 46% are?
Switch on my mic. Okay. So 46% are women, and our Deputy Speaker and our Speaker in the National Assembly are women, and also in the National Council of Provinces, which I think is the upper house, our chairperson is a female.
South Africa, you are moving. Not yet there, but you are moving. Yes, you are still short of about 80% improvement. If you improve by 80%, you'll be okay. That's
Namibia. In our National Assembly, we are about 50%, and the governing party in Namibia have made a law in its constitution to make it 50-50. Everybody from the governing party is 50-50, but the whole National Assembly together is 50%. I think
50% women.
Yes.
You only short 2%.
And our president is female, our speaker is a female, our vice president is a female in Namibia.
You should be congratulated, although you are on 50%, because the giant of the country, the president is a female. You automatically move from 50 to 70 because the president is a female. So you can count yourself on 80%, and the speaker again female. Namibia, you are doing well. I don't see anyone with confidence to tell us about their country. All your countries are not doing well. And these are the effective issues that we should be talking about on such a day. The reasons. There's someone else? What is it? Can you take the floor? Senegal.
Voilà, le Sénégal.
Okay. In Senegal, we have the highest number of women in parliament in West Africa. I repeat myself. Senegal has the highest number of female parliaments in West Africa. On 165 seats, we have 73 members. So we commend that.
It's 41%, and we are trying to do our best to increase this, because you know that there are some regions where you have only men who can be there because of traditional, you understand, traditional problems, yes, and customs. We are there 41% in the...
Fine.
Yes.
Yes. Switch off your mic. In English, they say sometimes, do not back
the wrong tree. Do not bark the wrong tree. Rwanda is a predominantly rural country. So when you say culture, culture is not even true. Don't just blame culture so that is a scapegoat. Why is Rwanda so high on 68 when they are also just equally African like anyone else? So what is special about your culture? The next person there is 68. You are 48. You have your culture and their culture. So culture is just a convenient excuse. It's a convenient excuse because others have done it. Yeah, why not yourselves? So let's tell the truth. And one of the truths is this. This morning in this room, Women's Day, when the chair of the caucus of Women's Caucus was invited to walk and speak, you were just like this, all of you. It's me who started clapping like this, and then all of you clapped. You can't even clap for your own woman who was going to choose a chair for Women's Caucus. You can't be proud to say, yeah, here's a Women's Caucus chair at PAP, as she walks. But if a man is asked to speak, you women clap louder. Yeah, no, I'm just telling you some of the pity of us. Yeah, I watched that you're just silent. It's me who provoked you to clap for her. I'm the one who clapped from there. I was watching it. So, sometimes women, even among ourselves, there is a lot that you as women have to do. Not just blame culture and blame whoever, yourselves. We know it's a fact. In a constituency where more people are female, a female candidate loses. So there are certain things that you have to accept. And I'm an expert in change management in my life, professional life. In change management, we say, if you want to change things, first of all, point at yourself also. First, before you point at others, then there will be change. We are proud of you, women. We owe you a lot. We owe you a lot. We owe you a lot. It's a fact. We owe you a lot. And we are here to support you as women. We do not want you to be disadvantaged. I've been in a class from kindergarten in class to university to other degree, masters, whatever, highest level. In every class that I have been in my life, there have been women, girls, who have performed much better than male candidates. All the way through university, you have women who are very, very intelligent, who have got distinctions in electrical engineering. So, there's nothing inferior about being a woman. There's nothing being inferior about being a woman. But the starting point is your confidence. Your own confidence as women. I know sometimes because of what they call socialization, the way you grow up, you are destroyed mentally to think because I'm a woman, I can't fit there. And this is for men. This is for men. And the men take everything. And they go. After all, I'm not giving a speech. I'm just talking. I'm not giving a speech, I'm just talking. I'm talking to you. And because I'm talking to you, I'll be very free in my mind. It is a fact. It is a fact that women are not recognized enough, even for their own competencies. Areas where they are good, we want to pretend that a man should be the one. Now, there is a writer, someone who wrote a book on leadership. It's called Peters and Waterman. I don't know from the French side whether he wrote in their area, but in English, book in English, the author is Peters and Waterman. The title of the book, In Search of Excellence in Leadership. In Search of Excellence. And he says in that book, there are people who are women they work in a particular company or organization, they are looked down upon, they are told, do this, you are a secretary, whatever your job, you think because they are women. But these same people, Monday to Friday, when they are in an organization, they are looked down upon, and the commandeer told to do this, do this. When they are out of job only over the weekend, for example, some of them run shops, and they are able to support their families. They make decisions. Some of them, some of you, in your churches, as women, you are great organizers in your church. But when you come to your employer, you are like you don't know anything. You find these women organizing big church conferences, huge thousands of people gathering for a week, organized by women, and this are succeeding. But when you come to work, you are like, no, this one can't do. We need to change. We need to change and go for the better. I can talk for too long, so I'll scale down so that it is your day, you need to talk more. But I want to say, this parliament called Pan-African Parliament is an organ, an institution of the African Union, which was formed in 1963 as Organization of African Union, changed the name to African Union. When it was formed, there was no parliament in the AU or OAU, there was no parliament. They introduced this parliament, launched 2004, but almost 41 years after, because they agreed, our heads of state, presidents on this continent, then agreed that you cannot have an institution like OAU to uplift the lives of people on the continent without a parliament, without a forum for the citizens also to speak out. So this parliament, in terms of Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the mandate is to, one of the mandates is to provide a platform, to provide space, to provide the fora for the people on this continent, Africa, to be able to contribute to the way the continent is managed, to address some of the ills, respond to your aspirations. Pan-African Parliament is that platform where you should insist as women, you should insist as journalists or media, you should insist as engineers, to say we want to come to Pan-African Parliament and debate so that you take our issues, which we do, to the African Union, to the heads of state. What you agree, we will be making recommendations by end of this week, recommendations on the issues that you want us to address. Please make clear recommendations. What should we be doing for us to be able to move fast in terms of the Beijing Conference 1995, 30 years ago, where women gathered across the world in Beijing and said, enough is enough. We as women also need to be brought to the level of other human beings. But 30 years later today, yes, there has been progress in a number of areas. Yes, things have improved. The conditions of women have improved, yes. But what is outstanding is more than what we have achieved. There are still many challenges to fully implement our Beijing resolutions 30 years later. And this is the platform, Pan-African Parliament. Whenever you're out there and you have grievances, you say, why don't we convene the Pan-African Parliament and discuss these issues so that they get to the heads of state? I don't think there's any other forum on this continent, any other, where you can debate, resolve, and you are assured that these things go to the heads of state of this continent. And that's what we do. We do reports with our recommendations and resolutions as Pan-African Parliament, which go to our heads of state. So this is an opportunity to celebrate today and clearly spell out what women want to see. And indeed, Pan-African Parliament is committed to support and address your issues. I thank you.
And a round of applause for the President. Your Excellency, thank you for recognizing the role of women in all spheres of life and encouraging us to take up our leadership positions, and also giving us an opportunity to hear firsthand success stories from people that have done so in the various parliaments. And finally, calling on us to support ourselves wherever we find women. Thank you, Excellency. Our next presentation is titled Trade, Enterprise, and Economic Justice for African Women, From Policy to Power. This presentation will be made by Her Excellency Honorable Mariam Jimet Ibet, the Vice President of the National Assembly of Chad. Please, let's welcome her.
Monsieur le Président du Parlement.
The President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Fortune Masharabina, the Vice Chairperson, Dr. Fatoumata Abid, members of government, the Chairperson of Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Bureau members, honorable members of Parliament, members of the Women's Caucus, the clerk, dear partners committed for women's rights, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense honor and deep emotion that I take the floor on this 31st of July, the Women's Pan-African Day, to pay homage to strength, resilience, creativity, and the commitment of women in Africa of yesterday and today. Before all else, may I heartily thank, on behalf of my country Chad, the Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Fortune Charambira, and all the team of the General Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament for giving us this opportunity to assist this August Assembly, gathering us together, and also to the Chairperson of Women's Caucus, Honorable Abin Tijani, and all members of the Women Caucus Bureau. I would like to say that it's not superfluous to say that the Day of the Pan-African Women, celebrated every 31st July, is on the Pan-African Organization of Women, which an indication of the fight women carried out for their empowerment and contribution to the development of the continent. It is also an honor for me to remind us that from 31st July to 1st August 2024, the Women's Caucus of the PAP officially commemorated for the first time the Pan-African Day of Women in partnership with the National Transition Council. Having at its helm Dr. Harold Kabani, President of the National Transition Council and President of the Chadian Senate. And during that occasion, we had a roundtable conference. May I, from this rostrum, sincerely thank the Chadian authorities for facilitating, supporting, advising, and funding the success of this event. I would like to commend Marshal Idriss Déby Itno, President of the Republic of Chad, Head of State. Today, 31st July 2025, we are gathered here to commemorate the Pan-African Day of Women for 2025. This day is not only a symbol, it is a historic reminder of the fight undertaken by African women for liberty, justice, equality, dignity, and progress. This year, the theme chosen is ambitious, powerful, and really just. Women driving Africa's economic justice and innovation. It is a call for us to reflect on the decisive role of women for the future of our continent. As the chairperson said a while ago, it is not only a slogan. On the contrary, it is a call to action, positive engagement, and acknowledgement of the fundamental role of women in transforming the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear African sisters, committed men, Africa today, faced with the present challenges of climate change, poverty, increasing unemployment of the youth, increased inequalities, and the economic transformation of our continent is more urgent than in the past. And this cannot be done without women, because African women not only benefit from development, but they are its pillars. As women represent close to 70% of agricultural labor on the continent, and they are involved in the major part of informal trade, thus boosting the local economy. They lead innovating industries, generating employment and added value. Women in Africa are often excluded from this financial system, excluded from land ownership and economic governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the collective responsibility is ours for thinking about an inclusive, equitable model as women need to have access to funding, training, and social protection. We have to see that women have access to landed property and all other natural resources, especially for rural women. Encourage female entrepreneurship, lifting up cultural and financial barriers, including African priorities to the economic systems, such as clean energies, education of girls. They are going to school and being maintained on school campuses. As concerns my country, Chad, today's theme is a call to change policies and mentalities. The contribution of women in Chad to the economy is enormous, as they represent a huge percentage of informal economy, such as trade, agriculture, and handicrafts. They are active in common initiative groups, and they undertake local entrepreneurship initiatives. However, Chadian women face a number of structural hurdles that limit their access to fundamental rights, to political and economic participation, and their empowerment, especially in areas that are affected by the weight of tradition. The Chadian society is largely patriarchal, and women are shoved to domestic roles, early marriages, child marriage, forceful marriage of girls, which is a hindrance to education and autonomy. The practice of dowry in poor country, who transform marriage into a money-making industry. Gender-based violence. In some homes, we have violence, we have assault, rape, and the perpetrators are not punished. In some regions, we have female genital mutilation, the low representation in decision-making areas, and in spite of some progress, women are still underrepresented in some political avenues. Though they face structural challenges like access to landed property, funding, female entrepreneurship in Chad is progressing, especially in the area of agribusiness, digital, and handicraft services. Even though they don't have land and economic opportunities, their innovation has continued to move forward, like green energies, where they have improved stoves, or bioenergy. They have technologies where they have platform for adult literacy. And this and social entrepreneurship gives answers or responses to local challenges like access to water. Ladies and gentlemen, in Chad, a decisive step has been crossed to support female entrepreneurship through a strong political will in favor of economic equality. Female entrepreneurship is very crucial for economic development. If women lead 57% of agriculture in the country, their presence in the formal sector is low, which is only 5% of companies. The gap in income between female and male entrepreneurs is important, with profit which is less by about 70%. Conscious of this, the government of Chad in 2022 adopted a national strategy for female entrepreneurship, and later on created an institution devoted to women, which is the National Chamber for Female Entrepreneurship. Also, in order to favor the inclusion of women, the government came up with a number of laws, among others, Law number 29 of 2025 to prohibit child marriage, thus protecting minor girls. Revision of the Penal Code of 2017, which has provisions on sexual violence in marriage, child marriage, and FGMs. Ordinance number 3 of 2025 on the prevention and the punishing of violence against women and girls in the Republic of Chad. Ordinance number 43 of 2018, Ordinance on fish agricultural systems, including women in the development strategies. There's also the fundamental law of the Republic, which reaffirms equality of rights between sexes, prohibiting every form of discrimination and encouraging women to participate in politics. We also have law number 15, creating the Women's House, which is a center devoted to promotion and protecting women's rights. We also have law number 22 of 2018, which institutes parity between men and women. We have law number 5 of 2024 on the electoral code, which states that Chadians of two sexes from 18 shall enjoy the political and civic rights. For legislative elections, they ask for parity in constituencies who have 2 seats. There should be 1 man and 1 woman. There's also the application of quotas for women in constituencies where there are more than 2 seats. A quota of at least 30% on lists for local elections, provincial and council elections. Ladies and gentlemen, in this perspective, there was an increase in the number of women, leading to 34% in the National Assembly, 37% in the Senate, 32% among councillors, and 32.43% of women who are government members. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear sisters of Africa, and dear men who are committed. To us in Chad, the commemoration of the Pan-African Day in 2025 falls in the dynamic of acknowledging the role of women in economic progress and innovation. The challenges are real, and policies for support are quite encouraging for innovation and justice. The Pan-African Day of Women is not only an opportunity to pay homage, but we need to have actions for Africa that is strong, prosperous, and sovereign. And we are going to see that one day women will take part, will participate in equality with the resources and the capacity to act. Today, as we celebrate this day, we are affirming loud and clear that yes, African women transform the economy. Yes, African women build an equitable future. Yes, African women are the future of Africa. Thank you for your kind attention.
And a round of applause for the Vice President of the National Assembly of Chad. Thank you so much for your presentation, highlighting that women are the pillar for development, especially in trade, and the progress that Chad has made and is still making in spite of the challenges that the women face in Chad. We've come to the close of the opening, and I want us to give a round of applause to all the speakers for the opening ceremony. Thank you very much. There's a slight change. There's a slight change in the program because we delayed in starting the meeting. We've decided to have our family photo here, and afterwards we proceed with the next session. I hope we agree to that. Thank you very much. So let's gather around for the family photo. That will take about 10 minutes. Our media communications, please come down. Yes.
think let's rush and come back.
All right, the president has given his approval. Let's all step out for like 5–10 minutes, take the photo, then come back for the next session. Thank you for understanding.
It's all set for the photo.
It's all set, so there's no point rearranging the, yeah, thank you. Everyone is allowed to take part in the family photo, so please step out. Please go outside for the family photo, every one of us, including the men, please.
Including the men?
Yes, please. You're all part of it. Customs and Immigration Matters, and also a member of the Senate of Kenya. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Even as I come to do the introduction, may I welcome the panelists to the front. May I have Dr. Sindiswa Mzamo. May I have Ms. Ayanda Mvimbi. The other one will be online. Please settle down because we want to begin. As you have been told, I'm a member of PAP, Committee of Trade. Professor Margaret Kamar is my name, and I'm a member of the delegation of Kenya. I'm a senator in Kenya. I would like to welcome you all, distinguished delegates, panelists who have come to the front already, and all participants here. I want to welcome you to Plenary 1, which is the reimagining of reparations, women as economic architects. As honorable members have been having debates this week, we have come to the conclusion that true reparations are not just about compensating the past, they are about investing in the future. When women lead economic transformation, we are all aware from the presentations that were done at the opening session, that they don't just rebuild economies, they reimagine justice, and they build families and communities. Distinguished participants, today in this session, we shall explore how women-led enterprises can serve not just as engines of economic growth, but as transformative tools of reparative justice. From legislative frameworks to entrepreneurial innovation, we will interrogate how economic redress can be both structural and empowering. Our panel features dynamic women leaders from across the public and private sectors, and they have been advancing cases of gender-responsive reparations in their different ways. I am therefore honored to guide this very timely and urgent discussion. I would therefore like to go straight to introduce the panelists that we have before us. Our first panelist is going to be virtual. Okay, she's not online, but I will still introduce who she is, so that when she comes on board, you'll know her. She is Benit Dibatesa, the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Network Coordinator, who will be representing the Commonwealth Parliamentarians Association. She will talk when she is online. We've delayed the program, and so she's not online right now, but we are waiting for her to come online. The other member of the panel is Dr. Sendiswa Nzamo, who will actually be the first one to do a presentation right now. She is the president of the Circle of Global Business Women and co-chair of the W20 South Africa presidency. Can we welcome her together, please? Join me in welcoming her. Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Sendiswa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
The next one whom I'd like to introduce and will be the second person to present if Benita will not be around is Ms. Ayanda Mvimbi, Project Manager, UN Women South Africa, multi-country office. Could you please join me in welcoming Ms. Ayanda? Thank you. With those remarks, therefore, I would like to invite Dr. Sendiswa Nzamo to do her presentation. She can do it from the chair. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament, and also representing Kenya as well. As we know that Kenya is doing very well on women-led economies in terms of being the architects when you're talking about startups. And we're really humbled and honored for you to be our chair for this session. And also great the guests that are here today as we're celebrating a powerful day that makes us as African women to be, to understand who we are. Because when you commemorate the Pan-African Women's Day, it's coming from power, and which deals with solidarity of women, be it in politics, be it economically so. And I think this is a very important gesture for us to be here, Honorable Member, and also as our chair today, to actually say, Prof, we're really humbled and honored, because when we're talking about building the Africa that we want and actually making women as architects of building that Africa that we want, what do we mean? Because we must not just talk about it, but we need to actually, come to the occasion and rise to the occasion and speak to the issues of Agenda 2063, and how do we as women-led economies or women-led businesses make sure that we also contribute to the values of Agenda 2063. Now, if you look at where we are as women globally, or women in the continent, I think for me what is really important about being an architect is actually looking at playing and shaping the economies of local and national and global member states that we're talking about. Now, when you tailor it down to Africa, who are these women? Where are they? The grassroots women, for us, they're the most important women, Professor. Why I'm raising this thing? Because we are talking about agribusiness, we are talking about climate change, we are talking about small business. How do we actually shape up that agenda so that we don't leave anybody behind when we're talking about women on the grassroots? Capacity building is the most important tool to drive that. And also digital inclusion is the most important tool to drive that. I mean, financial inclusion is the most important tool to drive that. When we're talking about women in township economies, women in the rural areas, how do they get access to financial inclusion? How do they get access to markets? How are they promoted by their own member states, by their own private sector-led economies? One thing that I've learned in the work that I do as a global president is that collaboration is the new innovation and collaboration is the new competition. But what is important is to actually make sure that you understand what is the level of intervention that needs to be done, so that women, when they come on board as architects, they deal with the state, they deal with private sector, they deal with grassroots women. So we've got to have to actually give capacity to women on the ground ground so that they'll be able to actually execute on that. And one thing to acknowledge is that women have always been contributing to this economy. But I always say, Prof, we have the power. And women have always been given that power. But the power that we have, how do we use it to our own benefit? To make sure that women are actually taking their right position in terms of influence, in terms of leading, in terms of actually making sure that the grassroots women are given that opportunity. For example, women-led initiatives for women, by women. Why I'm actually raising this? Women leaders in executive positions and senior positions as architects, by the way, to lead women-led initiatives. And in my other life, I'm a former group CEO of an organization called Edison Power. I was in the power sector. What we have discovered then, we were talking about 650 million people that don't have access to electricity. And the challenge there, the most affected people for access to electricity, and I always tell people that electricity poverty is the worst rated poverty rather on the screen. Because if you don't have electricity, you are nothing. And this affects women, this affects girls. You'd imagine when you're going to go and fetch wood and fire, women get raped along the bushes, by the way, Professor. And now we need women that are engineers. We need women that are electricians that will actually come up with a program that would drive that initiative to make sure that we really try and understand the scourge that women are facing. Now, when you look at innovation and entrepreneurship, this is very important. Let us actually give women that platform to lead on innovation and support their initiatives that are actually women and led. And also to look at labor force impact. If you look at, the tourism sector, 90% of the tourism sector is driven by women. And how do we make sure that as they are actually workers, how they can become an architect of that particular environment or sector to lead with dignity and integrity. Now, the last one, Prof, there's something called disaggregated data, which is the most disadvantaging tool to us as African women, because our data is punched incorrectly. Our data is collected incorrectly. So now when it comes to policy information or policy formulation, we are nowhere to be found. And that's a problem that we need to address as Africa. And also, if you look at artificial intelligence, we're not the creators of content in artificial intelligence. We are actually the consumers. So we need to actually become the architects of AI and moving into the future and make sure that women are really taking their rightful position and empowering women through education, legal rights, financial inclusion, and their positions so that they'll be able to be key architects of sustainable economic development. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sindiswa. I now have 2 questions for you again, and you'll spend only 2 minutes for the questions. I'm sorry I was not fair to you. I wanted to give you 4 minutes opening and 2 minutes for the questions. So 3 minutes for the questions, to be fair. Dr. Nzamo, how are African business women turning enterprise into a vehicle for justice and economic healing in their communities? I know you have touched a little bit of it, so I'll ask the 2 questions together. And what types of partnerships or legislative support are most urgently needed to help African women entrepreneurs thrive in this evolving reparative economy? Thank you. Dr. Nzamo?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think the first one is community-driven or community-led initiatives. If you look at women in agriculture, for example, vast majority of women are actually in rural communities, but they don't have access to finance, they don't have access to markets. So we need government and private sector to come on board and actually make sure that they access to these opportunities. Maybe I'll talk about one initiative that we've already started with the European Union Development Fund, which is something very exciting, where we're actually going to be driving an e-commerce platform. It's only for rural women and also township women, where they'll be able to promote their products into that e-commerce platform. Because the problem with them, they cannot speak for themselves and they cannot write proposals, but they're doing good products. And now these products are going to be actually on the e-commerce platform and make sure that they showcase their excellency. And one other critical area that, Prof, I feel it's very important for African women is to actually look at the intra-trade. How do women come on board into the AFCFTA? We know, Prof, we still have women that are not registered, that have not registered their businesses, but these women, they go from Kenya to Angola and they do business, but they are not registered. They don't belong into association. And these are the women that have been actually giving and thriving in the economies of Africa. Not us as Cindy, because we can speak good English, but the women that have been thriving and holding the intra-trade is the grassroots women. And how do we now, as we forge forward and making sure that these women have an association, Prof, which is something that I feel very strongly and passionate about it, so that we register them and register their businesses. And one thing that is very painful for me is the abuse that they get in border gates with their products. And some of them, they're actually sexually abused. For them to pass that border gate, they have to actually work hard. And I feel that we need to actually change such programs and come up with a policy that elevates them in terms of startup, but also what member states that they can do. We need associations of these women so that, Prof, we can tap on them, give them access to finance, access to markets, and how do we take their businesses to the next level?
Thank you very much, Dr. Cindy. This is wonderful. Can we give her another applause? As a committee of trade, we discovered that the cross-border trade that has been going on from time immemorial is 90% women. She's alerting us, and I think as members of parliament, we need to have protective laws for them. May I now ask Ms. Ayanda Vimbi to take her, if you take 4 minutes for introduction, then you have 3 minutes for questions. If you take 3 minutes for introduction, then you have 4 minutes for the 2 questions I have for you. Please start.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. So I want to start just by congratulating the Parliament for hosting this important event. I think it is important for me to say on behalf of the representative of UN Women in South Africa that there is an urgent need for all of us to put our heads together to address specific gender gaps in wealth and income, where women, as we know, as we've been told this morning, earn less than men for the same work and are less likely to have access to financial resources. I think it is important for us to put a spotlight on financial inclusion as an enabling mechanism allowing women's economic empowerment, financial independence, power, agency, and as we all know, this is critical for the realization of Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063. And we all know in different platforms we have evidence that has been generated confirming that indeed investing in women's economic empowerment sets a direct path to, towards gender equality and addresses the social norms that Dr. Cindy Mzamo was talking about, as well as drive social progress and mobility. As you know, women, when they generate income, it builds households, communities, education, health. So it is an investment that contributes to inclusive economic growth. We're also aware of the challenges and they are well documented. Women face multiple structural challenges that restrict their entry into value chains, limits their time for economic participation, and I should at this stage just highlight the issue of unpaid care work, which really diverts women's time. Dr. Cindy Mzamo talked about electricity poverty, but there's also time for poverty. The implications of this, that women are not able to invest in economic activities that enable them to participate to market. And there are other myriad of problems like lack of access to markets, limited financial literacy, and gender-based discrimination. Despite all of this, we have seen evidence of women contributing to economies, creating jobs, employing other people, and growing economies. And as UN Women, we work with partners, including government, member states, and our intention is very clear. It is to remove all the systematic and structural barriers women face, such as gender bias in lending, lack of property rights. Honorable member was talking about this this morning. This is also important, the issue of lack of property rights, as it limits women's collateral for loans when they need it for their businesses. The issue of markets and, in general, gender-based discrimination. I do want to say that it is important that when we talk about women's economic empowerment, we are all mindful that it is not just an act of charity. It's not an act of charity. It is a really important fundamental economic strategy that will help all of us to improve indicators, data on unemployment, decrease the gender gap in wealth and income, and as well as other economic indicators that are critical for our development in the continent, but also in different locations where we're operating. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ayanda. You have answered my question before I even typed it, so I'm happy with that. Let me just ask, are there any innovative financing or sustainable financing models that you have seen in your experience in UN Women that you would like to share with these women on any women-led reparative economies? Also, in your role in the UN Women, you have touched a little bit on that, but are there any preaching programs for preaching grassroots initiatives with global reparations currently going on in the Southern African region?
Thank you so much, Chair, for that question. So what I want to share with you today is the work that UN Women is doing on gender-responsive procurement. And this is the practice of sourcing goods, services, and civil works in a way that actively supports gender equality and women's empowerment. And it also means that sourcing from businesses that are owned and led by women, but also support gender equality. And businesses that are employing women are promoting women's leadership, as well as support gender in the workplace. And we see this as a very innovative and transformative tool to shift financial power towards women. And UN Women has used in different continents, in all the different regions in the African continent, as a mechanism and a tool to advance market access for women-owned businesses and women-led businesses. And this, we have seen the evidence of how it has increased women's financial power, because GRB has enabled to reshape financial flows and leveled playing field for women entrepreneurs. We've seen evidence of women who have been able to access big contracts, deliver on them, and were able to really increase their financial muscle, as well as increase employment. What I want to say, Chair, that UN Women with SADC did a report on her finance, her future building, strong economies, one woman at a time. And one of the key things that this report has done is available, and I can share with the Secretariat to share with honorable members. It has identified the need for us to identify the key barriers that women are experiencing from the demand side, such as bargaining power in different levels, even the household, and also lack of formal identification. It is a huge issue. If women do not have access to identification, they're not able to apply for loans and access support and trade with each other and those kind of things. But also on the supply side, it is important that we pay attention to gender-specific policies and practices that design programs and market, and so that we identify what are the strategic channels we need to be looking at. And lastly, Chair, the issue of legal and regulatory barriers that we need to attend to in our respective roles, because the importance of ensuring that we are able to have legal barriers that are opening opportunities for women to be able to participate in the economy is important. And one such is ensuring that all the different countries perhaps put in place gender-responsive procurement in place to allow women and buying from women-owned and gender equality organizations. If we look at the data that we have currently, the rate of procurement is less than 20%. So it means we're missing an opportunity to really drive financial inclusion and ensure that women are participating effectively in the economy. And although there has been other innovative instruments, like the gender bond as one of them that has been put in place, but the take-up is not to the maximum, because we're still denying, in a way, access to market for women entrepreneurs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we thank Ms. Ayanda? An applause, please. Thank you very much for that wonderful, informative presentation. Now we have our very dear sister who is online. As I had informed you, we have Ms. Benita Dibatesa, the representative of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Lots of knowledge there. Welcome, Ms. Benita Dibatesa. Let me give you the 3 questions that I have for you. so that you can handle all of them at the same time as you make your opening remarks. What are some notable parliamentary achievements in advancing women-led economic justice in your context? Parliamentary achievements in advancing women-led economic justice. Number 2, what new legislative tools or oversight mechanisms do you believe are essential to ensure reparations are integrated into the national economic planning? What new legislative tools or oversight mechanisms do you believe are essential to ensure reparations are integrated into national economic planning? Finally, how can parliaments help mainstream reparations into the broader development strategies at the national and continental levels? How can parliaments help mainstream reparations into broader development strategies at the national and continental levels? We truly apologize, Benita, because we delayed the program, and I think we have mishandled a few of your other meetings, but most welcome. Your great sisters are waiting to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, honourable delegates, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to join you, although virtually, to this very, very important event. I guess to commence, just want to flag that, of course, my presentation will focus on, again, the Commonwealth perspective on those questions proposed regarding reparations and women's economic empowerment, drawing from the work that we do here at the CPA Headquarters Secretariat, specifically in my role as the gender lead at the CPA to advance women's economic empowerment. And I think the best place to probably commence is, again, looking at reparations and reconciliation within the Commonwealth's perspective. Of course, many member states who are now members of what we call the modern Commonwealth today, with the exception of Rwanda, Mozambique, Gabon, and Togo, were territories, societies, nations, groups that had historically come under British rule at various points and gave up their formal rights at various times by settlement, conquest, or secession. And essentially, already when we're talking about reparations, the history of the Commonwealth, the model Commonwealth today, is a divided one in which is affected by member states in different ways. The Commonwealth Charter does affirm that there is a special strength within the Commonwealth, which lies in the combination of our diversity, shared inheritance, language, culture, rule, and that Commonwealth states are bound together by their shared history. And again, whilst this is true, there is a lot to unpack when we are looking at this history, specifically when we're talking about language, culture, specifically gender. So bringing it to modern conversations today, so there have been conversations within the Commonwealth about reparations and reconciliation, specifically at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting that was held in Samoa, where we witnessed head of states wanting to have discussions about the Commonwealth's colonial legacy and how best member states can address these issues for the future. Specifically on this matter, you will see that in the communique that's signed by the Commonwealth Heads of Government, that there was actually mention of discussions that took place. Specifically, the heads noted calls for discussions on reparatory justice with regards to the transatlantic slave trade and enslaved Africans, and recognize the importance of this matter to member states. But specifically, I would like to highlight that it was agreed by the head of states that the time has come for meaningful, truthful, and respectful conversation. I'm actually pleased to share to everyone in attendance that within the Commonwealth, these discussions have actually been led by leading female politicians who are spearheading and taking the lead on that. And I have a few just to share, notably the first one, the Right Honourable Mia Mottley, who's the Prime Minister of Barbados. She's been spearheading this conversation both internationally and within her own region, and has been an advocate of justice. She was the chair of the Caribbean Community, so CARICOM's Committee on Reparations, in which, in her opening statement as a chair of that Caribbean community, she did officially recognize the need to engage in conversations about reparations. She's also lectured a few times on this, with her most recent one being at the LSE University in the UK, where she spoke to students about Barbados's plans. And again, under her tenure, Barbados actually established the National Task Force on Reparations and have begun the process of seeking reparations from families and countries who accumulated wealth during the slave trade. With one notable case study actually being directed to a descendant who was actually a former member of the UK Member of Parliament. His family historically has a plantation that was gained in the 17th century. Again, looking within the Caribbean region as well, we have the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who's raised a request, and honourable members, you may be aware that there was a point where the former UK Prime Minister David Cameron went to Jamaica, and the former Prime Minister Sir Miller actually raised a request asking the UK to pay slavery reparations at a meeting she had. And I believe that Jamaica is currently seeking to petition King Charles to continue these conversations. So the work that's currently being done was actually commenced by her. And we have, again, other former prime ministers, from one being from Trinidad and Tobago, who's done work within her parliament to do work on trying to seek reparations. And likewise within the CPA's context as well, at our annual conference that was held last year in Australia, we had a session in which we provided members of a platform to engage on the Commonwealth's colonial past, in which we had a presiding officer from the British Virgin Islands lead discussions on a session that explored the historical impacts of colonialism and the ongoing effects. So again, these examples that I share are useful examples to see and show and demonstrate that women are leading these discussions. And I guess it should be noted that or to point out that most of these discussions are happening within women who are in executive leadership, and there isn't a lot, let's say, public knowledge about the conversations actually happening within the parliamentary aspect. And I guess it's ever then more important to, I guess, have more women in parliament or women in politics to kind of spearhead these conversations. Currently, according to the data that we have here at the CPA, which we gather annually, the Commonwealth has approximately 6,000 women parliamentarians. So that's probably 25.8% women are represented in parliaments across the Commonwealth. So that's national and sub-national. So perhaps with the increase of women in politics or in parliament across the Commonwealth, we may see more women taking the forefront and leading these discussions within their nations or countries about reparations. Again, I want to share a few more examples on within the Commonwealth about what's been done to advance women-led economic justice, and just wanted to briefly point out just a few successful measures that parliaments have done on this matter, with the first one being the Australian Parliament. So the Australian Parliament in 2022, I believe, updated their updated their labour law legislation to allow employees who may experience family or domestic violence to have access to leave, 10 days paid annual leave that's available for part-time workers, full-time workers, or workers who are on casual contracts that they can claim to use. So, for example, they could use that leave if they have to make arrangements to go and seek shelter, to support relatives who may be experiencing domestic violence, or to attend appointments with the doctors or attend court hearings. As we all know, domestic violence does include financial abuse, such as controlling money. So again, if you are a woman who happens to be in that situation, I guess having that provision within the labour law is an additional form of support. Likewise, with the Bahamas, the Parliament in 1974 established an act of government that established the Bahamas Development Bank as a body to stimulate and enhance economic development in the Bahamas. And in 2020, the bank started to make efforts to try to integrate sustainable development goals, specifically SDG 5 as it pertains to gender equality, and launched a global fund called Building Back Equal Projects. And this initiative supports women-led businesses in agriculture, tourism, industries, and serves as a regional best practice to support women who are working in these industries to advance the economy. And so far with that project, the program is expected to mobilize at least 1.8 million over the 2-year period. And I guess the final example I would like to share on this matter, I guess, is Rwanda. As we know, Rwanda is the leading country globally in numbers in terms of women's representation, and has a great track record in terms of the work that it does to try and advance women economic justice. But I wanted to flag Rwanda because of their law that they passed. So the Organic Law of 2013 was an attempt from the Rwandan Parliament to actually embed gender budgeting within national planning. So under this law, it is required or mandated that every ministry, department, and agency must submit a gender budget within their budget proposals and must include a gender impact report. So this, I guess, mechanism helps. So when you're looking at it from the women's economic perspective, if a specific government ministry wants to do some work that relates to, the advancement of women and the economic impact of women, they have to ensure that there is evidence and proof that these initiatives or laws that are being passed will actually benefit women. And finally, before I hand over to Madam.
Last extra minute. I'll give you the last 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'll be done in 1.5. And just to conclude, I guess, I just wanted to share what parliaments can do to ensure women-led economic justice is considered in its work. The first one is to legislate gender budgeting requirements, similar to Rwanda, to ensure that there are laws, or if there are existing laws, amend them to ensure that gender budgeting or other tools are mainstreamed within the laws to ensure that people are mandated and are required to do so. Other Commonwealth countries that have done this is Canada. They have this in their policies as well, and in their laws, ensuring that gender budgeting is in place in every single thing that the government does. And secondly, I guess what parliaments can do is to empower their committees to scrutinise legislation from a gender perspective. It's about training both members of parliament and staff, engaging experts if your standing orders makes provisions for experts, but also using those hearings to engage with a diverse range of witnesses who could provide the additional data that's needed to help shape policy and laws. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can we give an applause, please? Thank you so much. I had to give you extra 2 minutes because of the apology we had. 3 minutes, I think. Honorable members and distinguished delegates, I'm now going to have their contributions from the floor. I have 10 minutes and I have 10 contributors. So I would like to request for 1 minute contribution, please. And if your contribution will have been touched, don't repeat it. That will save us time because we have another very interesting panel that is coming up, and we must clear that one before we go for lunch. May I start with Ghana, the delegate from Ghana, Zanetta Akeman Rawlings? 1 minute.
You might have to give me 1 extra minute. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think to start with, when we're looking at women in agribusiness, we need to consider the land tenure systems in our various jurisdictions, because most of the time the women do a lot of the heavy lifting, but when it comes to the fair wages, when it comes to the rights, they don't own the land, and therefore they can't even use it as collateral. The studies show that women tend to pay their loans back more at high rates than the men do. But the barriers to women getting loans, especially the so-called grassroots women, is the fact that they don't have collateral that they can actually use in order to avail of the loans, which basically means that the most vulnerable women end up being the ones who have the least amount of access to exactly the thing that we're trying to use to build them, which is the financing. In addition to that, I think that as we look at women in the cross-border issues with regards to the 90%, perhaps we should be looking at a situation where every country at the border post should have a certain quota of female officers who are customs and immigration officers to make sure that when women are coming through the border, there is that sense of added protection by the presence of other women there as well. And then, of course, on the more controversial reparations issue, I think that we shouldn't just look at the issue of slave trade as slave trade. We need to look at it as a conquest and people who are taken as prisoners of war. And if we can look at it through that lens, we may be seeing a different way in which we can approach this issue of reparations. Most of those countries, the US and the countries in the European Union and the EU that built their countries, built it on the slavery, on the blood, on the toil of Africans who were taken against their will. They never had to sign unfair trade agreements. They never had to sign onto contracts that put them at a disadvantage. So when we're looking at reparations, let's look at it in kind as well. How can we have these people in paying back actually help us in terms of rebuilding our roads, setting up the infrastructure we need, whether it's the IT, whether it's electricity, power, all of the things that will make us leapfrog into the space that we really need to be to give us a solid base on which to build everything else that we're talking about in terms of women's empowerment and support of economies. Thank you very much. And
thank you. The next.
Thank you. And in conclusion, I think that we should put a financial value to what the women bring to the table. Too many women are working, they're paid, they're not paid, the work is not recognized. We must put a financial value on the unpaid labor of women on the continent in order to make sure that more women are empowered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tunisia Ben Sella. Tunisia.
Thank you. Shukran. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can you give us, please, 3 minutes? Can you give us 3 minutes, please?
I'll use discretion if you are beyond 1, because we have a problem of time.
Only 3 minutes for each speaker, please.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Huh? Did you support that?
Yes, we support.
Did you support that?
2.
No. 1 minute.
1 and an additional 1, so maximum 2.
1 and 1. Okay, shukran, Sayyida Raisa. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will go straight ahead to the subject for Tunisia. The nomination is the candidacy for the parliament is on an individual basis. This will prevent the equity or the quota. It's true that the women parliamentarians in the Tunisian parliament are lower now. However, when you look at the quality, we can say that there are women, few number of women in the parliament, but the quality is high. Now the nomination is on every individual and not on a whole list like what it was done before. Now we can see in the parliament women who are able to make their voice heard, and I do congratulate them as a brother in the Pan-African Parliament to my sisters in the Tunisian Parliament. The second point concerning the economical empowerment, I have been working in institutions that are related to this. I have been working on a legislation in Tunisia concerning the empowerment. There had been a question about what are the ways that we can use in order to empower women. I do believe that we have to put easy conditions. For instance, for instance, when women pay the loans, we have to lower the interest for women and make it lower than the one that's given to men, and this will help women to. I will give you an example. When children come back from school, to the house, it's the mother, it's the woman that there in the house that was thinking of the future of that child. This gives a good example that the woman is a good economical manager and she's better than man. And in Africa, she's the basis of the family. I would like to thank all my sisters who are present with us. Long life to Africa, and it will be survive with the strong woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. That was very good. Mamelo from Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable. We welcome everybody who is here. Realeboha. I'm a little bit confused because of time, where to start and where to end. But I have a very short summary, because we are saying African women are instruments they are instruments of faith. They are powerful, they are resilient, they are kind, they are nurturing, they are loving, and believe me, they are lions. African women must be given justice. We must empower them economically, so that they're able to transform their societies. They have the qualities to read through their society. Because of their nurturing nature, African women are resilient. African women are powerful, so let us invest in them. Let us recognize their value and make good entrepreneurs out of women. As we empower women, we are not only retracing for past injustices that have been done to them, but we are paving the way for more inclusive and sustainable economy. This shift has potential to create a ripple effect leading to stronger communities, because it will be led by strong human beings. Women are strong. Women are resilient. With women, we are going to improve, and we are going to coalesce, and we are going to have equitable society overall. Long live women.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. DRC Congo, Chucks Zoli.
Tu peux prendre la parole? Allez-y.
Thank you very much. By your leave, Honorable Jolie has given me the floor. I am Christine Mwando from DRC. I would like to profess some recommendations while thanking the President of the Caucus, who gives us the opportunity to express ourselves as women. It is a very enriching exercise which causes women to brainstorm. We're always coming back on the financial aspect. It's recurrent, but I would like to talk about teaching women on how to plan. We have a problem of planning. UN Women is always there to help, but not to fund. We've always been told that they train us every time, but we always come back to the same stories. How do we teach women to be self-confident? Women have to be self-confident. They need to know how to help themselves, because that is a major obstacle for us. The woman needs to support another woman. But for that to happen, there's much effort that is needed. However, we need to be able to help each other. The woman must learn to work, to be assertive. The woman often needs to get information and know how to read. The telephones which we have are very important tools from which we can get information. The woman has so many tasks. I'm a married woman, I have kids, and I therefore need to know how to plan. I need to know how to organize my home and organize my children. And panelists need to take time to teach women on how to handle their projects, which are numerous. How do they organize themselves? How do they draft their projects? Sometimes they don't know how to draft their projects. They don't know where to begin from. They don't know how to handle finances. I'm going to pause there, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, we have done some little consultation, and we find that it is better to have the second, the plenary too, but we are holding on to your requests to speak, so that you speak to both papers. Are we agreeing with that? Yes. So with that, therefore, I will ask my panelists to have 1 minute each. Although we will also they are free to take their minute to the next session also.
Thank you very much, Prof, our chair. I think for me, what I'd like to actually say is that the seeds of success in every nation on earth are placed on women. And also at the same time, when women are given an opportunity, they deliver. But I think if we don't speak about peace and stability, I'll be making a mistake. Because women and girls are affected where there is a war in those member states. So we need to actually have a strategy on how we protect women. And also to thank Honorable Poko from Lesotho. She is actually one of the women that has anchored the chapter for Circle of Global Business Women in Lesotho. And hence we have the Circle of Global Business Women President for Africa from Lesotho sitting right at the top there. And thank you very much for your support and anchoring this wonderful and amazing organization. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask the next panelist?
Thank you again, Chair. I want to just mention that we're really calling on all key partners to increase investment in women's economic and financial inclusion. And one of the recommendations we would like to make as UN Women is to encourage cooperation among government, financial institutions, civil society organizations, and international development agencies to work together and exchange information and strategies on how to advance gender-inclusive financial inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see our sister Benit, so I guess she's left. Can we have oh yes, she's there. 1 minute for you.
She's on mute.
You are in mute. Mute. Please unmute. Please unmute. Unmute the
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear.
Okay, perfect. I'll be brief. I guess the first is just to encourage parliaments to ensure that there are gender-sensitive practices in the workings. As I mentioned, the role of committees are very, very, very functional and important to, I guess, achieving some of these issues that you raised about the experiences of women in war or the financial empowerment of war. So again, encourages parliaments to embed gender-sensitive practices, but also for members of parliament to just engage in dialogue. Ourselves here at the CPA will continue to provide space for parliamentarians to share best practices as well, and also to continue conversations, because it's only through knowledge sharing and the exchange of best practices that parliamentarians are able to learn on what they can do to improve in their jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benit. Can we now applaud all of them? Thank you very much, Dr. Cindy. Thank you, Hayanda, and thank you, Benit. You have done a great job within the shortest time that we have given you. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Honorable Professor Kamara for a wonderful facilitation. And thank you to our speakers. For the next session, we'll go over to that immediately. And let me call on Her Excellency Honorable Safia Elmin Jibril, the former Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament and a member of the Women Caucus, to facilitate this session. She'll be calling out the presenters and speakers.
J'aimerais vous dire bonjour.
I would like to greet you all who are present here, all protocol duly observed. I am really delighted to be among you today to preside this panel, and I would like to exhort panelists who would be taking the floor. We're talking here of Madame Jessica Arnold. If I don't pronounce it well, please, I crave your indulgence. We also have Madame Namuvula Makakuto. These are the panelists. Her Excellency Princess Paleza Kombule and Professor Tenjiwe Neiwa. Can you please come up stage and sit with me so as to moderate this sitting? Thank you very much.
Il faut ramener un siège. Je pense que tous les panélistes sont avec.
I think all the panelists are here, so I'm going to begin the second plenary sitting. Let me introduce myself. I am Honorable Madam Safia El-Nijibril from Djibouti, former Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament and first Vice President of Djibouti now. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to welcome you anew, and we are going to move to the second part on the theme Innovation for Inclusion of Women in Trade, Technology and Transformation. This session would focus on the way in which African women innovate to transform the sectors of trade, agribusiness, technology, finance, and energy. While we will be brainstorming on the structural obstacles that were projected before now, this panel requires us to be able to explore creative solutions which are borne by women throughout the continent. Our panel brings together leaders from development institutions, from the university world, from the private sector, and public structures. Each one of them would bring a strong perspective of the way innovation is done, not only to empower women, but to transform the entire economic sector. I would introduce our panelists. Madam Jessica Ono is head of the Gender, Youth, and Women Empowerment Program in Outer Nepal. We also have Madame Nomvula Makakuto, who is the director of the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. I'm sorry if I have poorly pronounced your name. We have Princess Paleza Kambule, who is the founder of Africa Space. We also have Professor Tonjiwe Miliwa, who is a vice president in charge of research in the postdoctoral studies, innovation, and commercialization. You're welcome, Madam. As you're fully aware, we don't have too much time, but I have 4 panelists. I'm not talking here about 2, but about 4. So I crave your indulgence for the various papers that will be presented. I know that this is late, you may be tired, but I am convinced that we would have very interesting presentations and you're going to take part actively. I'm going to give the floor to Madame Jessica Ono, who is in charge of gender and youth affairs from AU NEPAD. Before beginning, I would ask you this question. How does NEPAD support ecosystems which empower women in different sectors? How does the Africa team, how can the Africa team promote women in the world of business? Can you share your success stories through which you can assist women to go ahead with innovation at a local, regional, and continental level? Thank you, Madam. Please go ahead and take the floor for 5 minutes. AU Nepal, please. Thank you, Madam. Honorable, I would like to speak in English.
Good afternoon to everybody in this room. I said good afternoon. Are you sure this that it's Women's Day today? I said good afternoon. We are celebrating, please. Your energy should be at a higher level, because it's a day of celebration, and it's a day where we discuss very critical subjects and topics for the future of African women. So let me introduce myself. She said I'm Jessica Anor. I'm the head of the Youth, Gender and Women's Empowerment Unit at AUDA-NEPAD. AUDA-NEPAD is the African Union Development Agency. We are based here in Midrand, and we are the implementation agency of the African Union. We have a footprint in all the 55 members country. It means that we work with all the 55 members country in one way or another. Now in my capacity, I do a lot for women, and I'm asked today to talk about what are the innovation systems that have been put in place for women. I won't take too much of your time because I'm standing between you and lunch. So let me maybe talk about 4 of the things that we are doing. Number 1, we have an initiative called Energize Africa. And Energize Africa is to make the public sector more dynamic, in French we say, make sure we build innovation system throughout Africa through business incubators for women and youth, and we support innovative entrepreneurship for the women and youth of our continent. And within this, this initiative, this Energize Africa initiative, we have smaller projects such as the 100 million MSMEs initiative. And this initiative had a guarantee mechanism that helped through USAID and USDFC funding the bank to lend money to the women entrepreneurs and the youth entrepreneurs in countries such as Zambia, Nigeria, Malawi, Tanzania, and Uganda. And they gave 84 million to those banks so that those banks could lend easily to the youth and the women. So we are trying to de-risk loan and access to finance to women and access to finance to young entrepreneurs. So that was my first initiative. Now, my second initiative, I would like to talk to you about something called SIFA, Skills for Africa Initiative. Skills for Africa Initiative, it's about TVET, it's about technical and vocational education training. So what we do, we invest in infrastructure, we revitalize the TVET sectors in a lot of countries in Africa. So through this initiative, we also help building new kinds of women entrepreneurs, innovation, we support innovation in all the countries through SIFA. SIFA is supported by a grant given by the German, through GIZ and KfW, and we've made a lot of progress with that. Now, number 3, business incubators. As I told you, we have business incubators for women, for business women, and those business incubators are led by the RECs, the Regional Economic Committee, such as COMESA, ECOWAS, and so on and so forth. My last point is about technology such as AI, using artificial intelligence, because there are some studies such as a McKinsey report that tells us that if women were to participate in the digital economy at the same rate as men, Africa could add 16 billion US dollars to its economy by 2030. And because we are aware that women needs to be in the train of AI, shouldn't miss that innovation and technology train. We've built a platform called Akili AI. Akili AI is not only for women, it's for all kinds of entrepreneurs. And it helps you build your capacity. Let's say you have to build a business plan. You don't know how to do. Instead of going to your ChatGPT, you can go to this Akili AI, and it gives you the tools as a women entrepreneur to have a proper business model, to have the proper kind of training that you want and that you need. So that is our way as AUDA-NEPAD to embrace technology and innovation. And that platform was built in partnership with Meta, and it was launched in July, in July this year. Now, we also, I think I've heard the delegate from DRC and the delegate from Ghana. I think they've touched on a very critical topic, the topic of access to finance, and the topic of anytime we meet in a women meeting.
Excusez-moi, madame, vous avez 1 minute.
Oui, madame, you have 1 minute left.
Anyway, we'll talk about what we are doing, but we want to build a platform for information and access to finance for women-led initiative in Africa. That's what I'm working on. You spoke about the Africa Team. Africa Team is an initiative led by the African Union that gather AUD and EPAD, my agency, the Regional Economic Committee together for joint coordination of program and joint resource mobilization. And they aim at mobilizing 445 billion USD in investment for Africa and for the African project. Now I've been asked also to talk about some of the best practice or the flagship that we've done at AUD and EPAD. When we had a program called the NEPAD Spanish Fund for the Empowerment of African Women, we received 20 million from the Spanish government, and we managed to touch 1.2 million women in 78 projects in 38 African countries. And one of the things that I like, it was very concrete. We were giving grants to grassroots organizations, and we helped some women in Ethiopia. We helped them to be trained to be hairdressers. And by the time we came back to analyze the results, these women had several hairdressing shops in Ethiopia, and she was also training the women employees to follow her suit. So what we've seen is that you train women, you help women, and more women can benefit from the things that we are doing. And I think I will need to stop there because of time, but I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Madam Jessica, thank you very much. We would proceed with questions later. Thank you very much for your presentation, which is brief and succinct. Thank you very much. We are now going to give the floor to the second speaker, Madam Namovula Makobuto, Director of the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. We are going to orientate you by asking questions, if you so permit. What model have emerged with success in South Africa to support women in high-impact sectors like agribusiness and technology? Next, how can the minister collaborate with parliamentarians to push forward these models continent-wide? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. My name is Nomvula Makhotlo, just to assist the Madam Facilitator, but thank you for trying. I'm from the Department of Small Business Development. My responsibility in the department is to mainstream women, youth, and people with disabilities across all policies, legislation, programs, interventions within the department. But firstly, just to appreciate this opportunity to the President of Parliament, but also to yourself, Madam Facilitator, just to touch on some of the objectives of this initiative. I think one of them is that Parliament wants to position women not only as recipients but as participants in the development, and also as leaders and drivers of economic justice. But for me and for us as a department, we are actually looking far beyond that. We would like to see women as participating in the development, but also benefiting, because in most cases, women participate, they till the soil, they put the systems and processes together, but when time of benefits comes, women are pushed aside. They don't feature, suddenly they disappear. So our intention is to say we mustn't, as women, be seen as participants in the development, but we must also benefit, we must also be counted amongst the beneficiaries. Like for instance, Madam Chairperson, as I was doing my research for this presentation, I looked at, sorry. I wanted to check how many billionaires who are women that we are having in Africa. How many billionaires in Africa are women? You can count them. I think it's 3, less than 5, let alone less than 10. But I'm also encouraged to see in our midst Madam Khatebe, who's sitting there. I'm not sure if, ma'am, you are one of the 3 or you are almost there. But we pride ourselves with people like yourselves. But also, Chairperson, I would like to say to this Parliament that we need to celebrate our women millionaires, our women billionaires. We need to know who they are. The world is celebrating their leaders. We do not, as African women, we only lament. We need to act, we need to celebrate. We need to celebrate ourselves. What is it that we have done as a department, as a country, to support women entrepreneurs? One of the innovative instruments that one can present, it's actually one of the many that we have put aside, is that in just around 2018, the country went into partnership with the International Trade Center to position the women within the She Trades program. She Trades program is a program that has been initiated by Commonwealth for the women across the globe, whereby women would actually register on an online platform in order to get access to the global opportunities. So as South Africa, we took the opportunity, we partnered with ITC, we registered a number of plus minus about 4,000 women were registered on the platform. And Chairperson, I want to say confidently that of those women, we have seen them getting access to trade and market opportunities beyond the continent, even within the continent. We have seen them getting opportunities as far as Mauritius, Mozambique, across the borders of South Africa, but also in other parts, Ghana. We do have the names of those women. We can provide them to yourselves. And in fact, what we are doing is that we're not only interested in how many women have accessed the opportunities, but we are interested in the value of those opportunities. Because women do get opportunities of, very little value, but our interest is that the value must actually be commensurate with the efforts that women are putting in their businesses. We are also, through this She Trades platform, Chairperson, we have established a hub, She Trades Hub in South Africa, whereby we are putting women in rigorous training to be able to be market ready. Because one of the challenges that women are facing is that we are not market ready. Even if we are market ready, we may not have the necessary collateral or the necessary capital to meet the requirements of a contract or a tender. So what we are doing is that as a department, we took it upon ourselves to say, let us look at the tools that can empower these women so that they know how to trade, they know how to price, they know the quality, you can produce. But if your quality does not meet the standards, then you are as good as
Merci,
doomed.
Madame.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. Clap for the speaker who gave us a summary of the situation of people with disability. Thank you very much. I'm now going to the third speaker, who is Her Excellency the Princess from Africa. Skins. I introduced you, Your Excellency the Princess. He's going to speak and orientate your paper as I did with your colleagues. As an actor of the private sector, how do you see the intersection between innovation and the model of traditional enterprises to create new opportunities for African women? My second question, what do you need from parliamentarians to enhance private-public partnership targeting women for digital innovation? I'll give you the floor and 5 minutes. Sorry for the time, but time is running out.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, honorables, and distinguished guests. My name is Her Royal Highness Princess Palisa. I'm from African Upscale. African Upscale, it's a company, or I can say it's an organization that has put together different organizations. We've got Innovative of Entrepreneurs, which is an organization on itself. We've got Blue Label, which is a telecommunication company. And we've got BRICS Business Women Alliance. And we've got Training Force. This organization, they came together because of a need of lack of skills and a boost economically, especially for women and the youth. Currently, what we are doing with the workforce group, we are able to train and place 40,000 youth, including women, into placements into different companies for jobs. So every company that I've just alluded on or I've said, it's companies that are JSE listed, meaning that they are companies that are there and the information is for a public is already available there. Now, while we are advocating for the youth, the reason why we're advocating for the youth is because we have seen that without the youth being upskilled, there is a big problem that we are facing as South Africans, not only South Africans, but as Africans, where our youth end up leaving the continent to go and look for greener pastures. So today, as it is a Women's Commemoration Day for the Pan-African women, it is very disturbing to find out that in the whole of our continent, we've got about 40% women that are playing in the space of being entrepreneurs. And when it comes to them seeking or asking for capital ventures, they only get 1 or 2% of the capital ventures. And now that will then make you to ask yourself, how come when the percentage is so high in the continent, about 40%, but we are looking at about only receiving when they need capital venture in any sector? they only receive 1 to 2%. And when you look at on the technology spaces or the financial spaces, the players in our continent or global, women is only 6% in the whole of in the global space. And you look at about 17.3%, which is co-founding. So women are still very, very less in any space, especially in the space of the information technology and the finance spaces. What we are here for, or why we are seeking partnership with the parliamentarians. One, we have started building hubs currently here in the country, where the hubs, they are given the connectivity by one of our partners in the African upscale, which is the Blue Label. Now, Blue Label Telecommunication deals with any communications, but currently bought Celsi, and Celsi is the one that is building the hubs in the townships and also around the rural areas. And in rural areas, as we all know, that we've got challenges of connectivities, so they are the responsible people in terms of putting up the towers. While we've got training force with expertise of trainers to train our youth and women, not making a course to be too long, but a course that specifically is needed in the workplaces at that time, so that immediately then they can be placed. Placement can then take place. So this is how we work hand in hand. Now, the African upskill wants to expand into African countries as well by duplicating exactly what is currently doing in the country, where it's not just only about training, but it's training and placement for our women and for our youth, and also improving our entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs in agribusinesses and in our IT space. So what is the collaboration between the parliament and the public sectors or the private sectors? It is very important because oftenly we get barriers. It's not easy, as we know, that if you can just leave as a company to another country and you want to start business or to do business, is very much tricky. There's a lot of laws that those countries they have, and we have to follow and abide with them. So for us coming to Pan-African Parliament, we find it that it was the platform that, it is a platform that already has all the parliamentarians, and on what we want to bring to their countries is going to be not easy, but it's going to be accessible, so that we also follow all the protocols that needs to be followed, so that we can then assist our women and our youth all over the world. Thanks.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Princess. Think of other countries to share your experience and permit them to also set up such an initiative. We commend you and count on you to expand or spread this experience. We are now going to move on to our fourth speaker, who is Professor Tenjiwe Meyiwa. She is the Vice President for Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization in the University of South Africa. Once more, we would orientate you I'll have two questions. How do universities and research institutions contribute to fashioning innovative policies so as to bridge the gap in gender gap in terms of finance and technology? The second concern, how can research orientate inclusive policies? Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency, Honorable Sophia, for ushering me onto the podium. Honorable members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, women leaders and innovators, esteemed colleagues and friends of Africa and beyond, good day, Jambo. It is both a privilege and indeed a responsibility to address these two vital questions. And I am representing the university sector and shall be a principal of a university, and this does indeed speak to the work that I should be doing in 2 months' time as a principal of the university in one of the universities in South Africa, the University of Mpumalanga. Now, today's theme, locating these two questions in today's theme, which is women driving Africa's economic justice and innovation, and having had an experience and have led at the University of South Africa innovation and commercialization, these are challenges that we need to go beyond just commemorating. Much as we're commemorating this big day for us as African women in particular, but also it should be about economic justice. It should be about us as architects of the economic justice, and lead the front in doing so. How we do that? Through enterprise, through innovation, and through knowledge. So to begin with, in terms of how I regard universities and research institutions that should be carrying out this responsibility, this is a uniquely positioned responsibility that I bring to you, friends of this parliament and parliamentarians, that we need to influence inclusivity. Universities, as us universities, we should stop being ivory towers and be up there. But we need to have inclusive innovation, the one that's driven through policy, the policy that actually is geared and embarked on through evidence that is based from the research that's being done. And in this way, we shall be having the curriculum that's transformative, the curriculum that's looking at how we better arm our students for them to be able to create their own companies, for them to be able to be ready for the industry, ready for the parliaments, be they themselves parliamentarians, or be they themselves actually serving the various institutions and organizations within Africa and beyond. We must become not just centers of learning, I hold. We must become engines of inclusive economic policy forum. And I want to commit to this PAB that this is what we're able to do because we have the skills, we have the experience, we just need to put our shoulder to the wheel to ensure that we get to do this. First, we'll do this, we shall, I commit, by mainstreaming gender in our research and innovation agendas, something that we are actually on board and going about it. What does this mean? You may possibly want to ask, who is included from the financial technologies or green energy entrepreneurship? It is data. The previous panel has made reference to the data, the importance of having the data, that we're able to use that information to help us answer these questions. Secondly, we will and shall need to do this by co-producing knowledge with women entrepreneurs, especially in the informal sector. We do know that we have more women in the informal sector. If anything, the informal sector is much more bigger than the formal sectors. And therefore, the Pan-African Women's Day concept, note powerfully these frames where women need to lead and lead towards having them to have dignity, to have justice, and to be inclusive. And I must say that universities must validate this enterprise and do so as a site of innovation. Not just labs and lecture halls that we currently have, not just the papers that we publish in journals and in books, but do this in a form that's going to lead to realities, practicalities, operationalizing, implementation of having women, young girls, and young women to be in a different position, to change Africa. And Africa, as Agenda 2063 does say, an Africa that is a changed one, Agenda 2065, Africa that is changed, we need to be looking at that. Now, as I move towards the end, the turning point is the second question that Madame Safia has asked me. How can data and research that's driven by inclusivity lead us to this ideal, to this world, a world that is changed? This is where unapologetically, as a future in 2 months' time, principal of a university, I am boldly saying that data is indeed power. Dr. Cindy Mzamo earlier on made reference to data as a powerful collaborating tool. It reveals indeed the financial gaps that exist. It reveals the fact that much as we have a number of females that are involved as entrepreneurs, but as we've heard from even my panel, that we have very much gaps in this kind of representation. It therefore exposes the underrepresentation of women in technology, in innovation, but most critically, it offers us evidence to change things around. An Africa that's changed, a better Africa that's much more prosperous because it attends to its women is indeed possible. And therefore, as a university executive manager and a researcher myself, I want to also believe that research institutions must act as custodians of information, of knowledge, to ensure that everything that we have before us is used to change the lives. And from us to do that from the G20 gender lens, financial instruments, and also go even to the Africa Free trade agreements, trade regulations, and all of that. And therefore, as I end, I want to say, let us be a generation that's brought about change. Let's hand over the baton to the young, to the youth that's different, and the one that will make sure that we reshape systems, we reshape and have about justice, where women and girls, and young girls to be specific, have a different life because of the 31st of July 2025 Pan-African Parliament that celebrated and commemorated a Women's Day. Thank you.
Merci. Merci, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Another round of applause for Professor. We know very well that without the universities, there is not much we can do. We need research, we need data, and thanks to the data, countries are actually rewriting the history. So we want to thank you for your reports. And now we're going to, I will give you back the floor so that you can actually you can ask questions so that the panelists here can complete their presentations through your questions. So you have 2 minutes each. We do not have much time on our side. So 2 minutes for each speaker. May I call on, apologies, I don't know if it's Madam or Mr. Awatef. Honorable Awatef from Tunisia.
Shukran. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to welcome the guests. Good morning to all African women. Good morning to the Tunisian women. And today, I would like to congratulate all of African women on this day. I am from Tunisia, and Tunisia is leading in the nationality rights. and also in the fields of technology. And I would like also to speak about my personal experience, because this could explain all the problems of the African women. I have a PhD in physics, and I did not work in the public sector. I worked in the agriculture sector. It was a beautiful experience, but very difficult, because the agriculture sector is very difficult. But I did right. The election in Tunisia was for the individuals, and I would like to thank the president, who gave me the opportunity as a young Tunisian lady to enter into politics, because it was only limited to specific people. I wouldn't have imagined to be a member of the Pan-African Parliament without him. So I would like also to request the representative of NEPAD, the UN Women representative, to help and assist the African women. We don't have data about how many African women and what is the unemployment rate according to each country. And we want to advance in education. I have many questions. The representative of NEPAD said that 84 billion for the youth and women in Africa. This is a very weak number. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We are now commemorating the African Women's Day, and you give me only 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so I now give the floor to Honorable Rahab from Kenya.
Honorable Rahab.
Honorable Harab from Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to applaud all the presenters for the good job well done. And I'm proud to be a woman, and that is why I'm here today. First and foremost, I want to say women are the pillars of Africa and the whole of this world. You know, women are innovators, decision makers, and system shapers. Women can multitask. You know, as women, we can breastfeed, we can cook at the same time, and we take care of our husbands. So women are the powerhouse. Empowering women economically unlocks massive potential, and women must be on the negotiation tables. Their voice must be heard, and they influence how economy functions and implementation is done in their country. Let's celebrate and highlight the success of women leadership. Women, you know, I don't know whether it happens in your country. In our country, men are fond of saying that women are the enemies of themselves. Let's love ourselves and let's be our sisters' keepers. Women must have equal education, financing, and land ownership. You know, most of the women, they don't have title deeds, and that is why they are not able to access finance. So whenever a woman maybe have a business and she wants to do a business, when she goes to the bank, she'll be told that there is no money. But I want to thank NEPAD. I've done what you are doing, but I'm a bit worried because I don't know why you're not in Kenya. And we are always reading, we read, others follow in East Africa. So I would like to invite you to Nairobi. You come and empower our women. I've heard you are giving money to the banks so that the women are able to access that money, and I hope the interest rate is lower. So welcome to Nairobi. I'll pick your card. We need to talk. We must energize Africa, building innovation and building incubation. I've heard you are doing incubation for the youth and women, and I would also urge you to do the same for people living with disability.
Merci beaucoup. Vous avez...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your 2 minutes are up, so we want to thank you for your question, and you'll have the response very soon.
Chair, I've not heard what you have said.
Put on your headset, please.
Les micros.
Put on your headset, please. Wear your headsets, please, so you can follow interpretation. Your 2 minutes are up. And now I want to give the floor to some other person. I would like, thank you, Kenya, for your question. May I now recognize Honorable Mamba from Eswatini.
Thank you. I have a number of interventions. The first one is being that what I have, we must have policies that encourage every home to have a business, any type of business, in order to have money. And secondly, the skills development. We must ensure that the skills we have are passed on to the next generation. And the third one being that as women, we are big spenders sometimes. We have to save money in order to have money. Another one, the fourth one being, we have to move from subsistence farming to commercial farming in order to process our products and the food that we eat in our countries. Another one being that agriculture is the key, and employment can be created and hunger. Another one being that we should teach our children values in order to have peace. For the second plenary, I will say that all the presenters are invited to Eswatini, and I would like to have your communication, how we can talk, and the contact numbers, in fact. And I would like to know, do we pay for the skills that you give to any of the beneficiaries or not? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable. You took the floor for less than 2 minutes. I want to thank you for being so efficient. Now I give the floor to Honorable Zanito from Ghana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that when women are given the opportunity to do anything, they always have a multiplier effect. And I think that I would like to make a very odd suggestion, that given the quality and the wide diversity of women in this parliament, that we have little short videos of all the women with what they do, what they've done, so that we can push it out there and young girls can see that there are things beyond what their imagination can actually conceive. Because if we can do that, it already creates a removal of the limited barriers that a lot of young girls may have, because they'll know that these women already exist and they can aspire to some of these things as well. With regards to cooperatives, I think that we should not be too quick to ask women to move away from cooperatives. We should redesign the financial structures around these cooperatives, because they work organically, just as well as the money lending systems that women have within little groups. We should see how these financial institutions redesign their models around these organic institutions that women already have that work so efficiently that we can't even track properly, but they make the wheels turn around. So these would be my suggestions. Thank you very much, Ms.
Merci encore une fois.
Thank you again. Now I give the floor to Honorable Toure from the Gambia.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are very happy to be here to celebrate African Women's Day 2025. We are here to inspire each other, because we are not dealing with, this is about women, but it's not just about women, it's about men as well. My wife is a woman. My children and my daughters are women. My mother is a woman. So everything we talk about here, we are talking about everything. It's inclusive. Madam Chair, in terms of reparations, I believe it means there were past wrongs done to women. And we now want to offer or provide satisfaction for those wrongs and injuries or harms that we have done to women over the years. In terms of financing model, I believe all countries, and I mean all countries, all governments should create a cooperative bank. Our women are involved in cooperative models on their own. In our country, we call it ususu. They come together and put some money together and give it to one woman. But it's not sustainable. But if we have a cooperative bank where all women can go there and take this money, invest it into small businesses or whatever business, and then pay back, then it will be kind of revolving. It will not die. We know that NEPAD and all these things coming from outside, grants, etc., they are good, but they are not sustainable. We have to create sustainable solutions for ourselves. Africa must stand on its own feet. Apart from that, Honorable Chair, I want to also say that many women are in the streets selling, street vendors. We must protect them. How do we protect them? We must come with legislation to ensure that they are protected so that police don't come all the time and drive them from the streets. Yes, they should give way to traffic, but at the same time, they need to be protected to be able to operate wherever they want to operate in their small business. I believe the Parliament has a role to play to ensure that women that are involved in street vending are protected. On that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Merci, Honorable Toure.
Thank you, Honorable Toure. Thank you. Thank you. I think we've come to the end of question time. We had 5 questions, and Mr. Toure, you're very correct. We are actually, in our home, you have the mother, and you have the wife, and you have the child. So we really want to thank you for making that remark. So let me give the floor, or rather, let me turn to our panelists, our sisters. You have 1 minute each to try as much as possible to respond to the questions that were asked or that were addressed to you. And I think you had more comments than questions. Yes?
Oui, mais je n'ai pas. Désolée, mais je n'avais pas.
Sorry, I did not receive your request.
The problem.
Problem. Like since in Rwanda you have so many women in Parliament, I'll give you 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to take this opportunity to also make a statement by really thanking the organizers of this commemoration. And I want to say that I want to celebrate and commemorate with the women of Africa for the tremendous achievements that have been realized up to date. In many of our countries today, women are actively involved in politics at very high levels, public service, business, among others. And I want to, if you allow me, I just want to make, to quote a statement by the President Kagame while he was speaking at the opening ceremony of the 12th edition of the European Development Days in Brussels some time back. He stated, and I wish to quote, that for too long, society has created a psychology that women are inferior and can only rise at the mercy of men, a norm that can be no longer be tolerated. And I wish to say that indeed, evidence has shown that women are equal, if not better, in some of the most difficult disciplines and occupations, including medicine, engineering, ICT, even in aviation, and including women in this Parliament that have very high qualifications. And we wish to applaud them at this particular commemoration. Finally, rights, I should say rights and outcomes can only be equal when treatment for both gender is equal. And the best example for this is Rwanda, where in our constitution today there is a provision where at least 30% of all positions of leadership must be occupied by women. A short while ago, I mentioned that our parliament is predominantly occupied by women. as well as the Senate, and also in the other positions, including cabinet and other positions of leadership. But in the end, I wish to state that there are policies, there are laws, but these can only be effective to the letter if there is a political will, particularly at the highest levels. And I wish to thank His Excellency Paul Kagame because he's a champion of women. And that's why in Rwanda you are seeing these changes that we are talking about. I wish to submit, Viva Women of Africa, Happy Africa, Pan-African Women.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. So now I'm going to turn to the panelists. Each of you would have a minute to conclude. Thank you very much.
Let me start. I'll actually end it. And just briefly, I must thank this opportunity to present at the pub on this very significant African Day. It is indeed an issue that we have to individually look at, because where we want to see change, it starts with an individual. It starts with what your values are. And indeed, women, as we all know, we are the products of women. Women, as we know them in our relationships, you pull a woman out of a household, the household crumbles. So if we actually were to have more women representation in parliaments around the African continent, as well as in organizations, we will see less poverty, we will see less fighting, we will see more prosperity. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Women remain underrepresented across tech, trade, agribusiness, energy, and finance leadership. Yet they drive nearly half of the SMMEs and hold significant innovation potential private sector innovation. When allied with strong public-private partnership and parliamentarian support, can unlock pathways to scale women economic empowerment. Legislators must champion gender inclusiveness, data support, finance policies, mandatory inclusion in tenders and training initiatives. Countries like Rwanda has shown that when women lead in parliament, they can shift laws and budgets towards justice and growth. Real progress requires deliberate action, not assumption, and a robust collaboration between innovators, government, and communities. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sophia. Before I could make my concluding remarks, I just want to respond to some of the comments, beautiful comments that have been made by the members. The first one is really to appreciate the comment by Madam, is it Awatef from Tunisia? Yeah, I think Tunisia is one of the first countries in Africa to pass a startup act. And I really commend you, ma'am, for really flying the flag of your country very high, because really you are not blaming. Your country is actually leading in terms of a tech startup act. And in fact, ma'am, I am attracted to what you are saying, because one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as women, especially women in trade, is very limited digital trade platforms. So my submission to this House is that we need to actually drive the establishment, the development and finalization of startup laws in our respective countries. I know in Africa we have close to about 30 countries that have signed up, that have startup acts. In our country, we are still discussing, the debates, dialogues are still ongoing with regards to the formation of a startup act. Tech startups are the foundation of, they will leapfrog women would be able to access across the border markets and so on. But in my conclusion, I want to say this parliament should actually begin to measure the success of women. How many women have been produced who are successful entrepreneurs per year? So now, every year as we celebrate MEM, I think the starting point should be to say, how many have we managed to support as countries? Merci. We need to learn from each other, exchange experiences as countries. We need to develop policies. I think one of the members spoke about policies and regulations which will enable cross-border trades. You know, the challenges of cross-border have been emphasized. I can't talk to that much, but our business here is about making enabling environments for trade, for the success of women, and we want to appreciate this opportunity.
Merci.
All the best to the Parliament. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, to respond to Ms. Honorable Awate from Tunisia, I want to thank you for your question. And I want you to know that Tunisia is one of the countries or member countries of CIFA. We are doing a lot of things in Tunisia to help women. It's not 84 billion, but 84 million.
Honorable delegate from Rwanda. Rwanda is doing amazingly well, and we really commend your gender monitoring office, because the gender monitoring office has a supervising capacity on all the ministries, and it's a model that we need to replicate in Africa. Now to Honorable Touré, I really like your point, and thank you for praising all the women in your life. And you know what we want to do at AUD-NEPAD through the African Women Empowerment Program that I am leading and designing is to help those women cooperative and raise them to the level of their banks. We don't want to be giving them grants forever. We want to equip them to have banks that can lend to other women. Thank you. Now, Honorable Rab from Kenya is no longer there, but we do a lot in Kenya, and we can do way more for the women of Kenya. To Honorable Zaneto from Ghana, thank you so much. I think it's a very interesting initiative, and I commit as AUD-NEPAD to help you try to get those videos from the parliamentarian to inspire the younger generation of women. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Ms. Jessica. In conclusion, I would like to thank you all for the very edifying remarks that you made and the presentations that you made. And I do think that through the questions and answers, you have actually taught us a lot. So we have learned a lot, and we want to thank you. I personally would like to thank you on behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament and all the other parliamentarians of the Pan-African Parliament and the guests here present. I want to thank you. And I think we've come to the end of our panel session. We need a round of applause.
And a round of applause for our panelists and our facilitator. Thank you for a job well done. And I want to thank each and every one of us for your patience. Thank you for your engagement all through. I hope it's been an interesting period for all of you. And what we have next is the closing. I hope you've been able to benefit from the knowledge that has been transferred to each and every one of us. We've learned a whole lot of things, and we believe that we're going to implement them going forward. For the closing, I want to call on, for the closing, there will be reflections and way forward by Dr. Sinziwa Nzamo. Please, we just need you to present for like a minute or two, since we're running out of time. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director, and also great our dear sister Ambassador Bridget Mutsipe. Thank you for making me who I am. She has contributed to what I am today. And thank you very much. She's the former president of International Women's Forum, South Africa. Thank you very much, Sis Bridge. I call her Sis Bridge. And thank you very much. Our closing session, just the reflection of what we were talking about today is African women and taking ourselves to the next level, celebrating of who we are as African women. I want to quote one of my best former presidents in Africa, and she actually sent that message this morning, Mama President Ellen John Sirleaf. She says the road to women's economic empowerment is irreversible. And I think we were discussing that. And although it's taking time or a while, but the truth is that no one is going to stop us. We are going, and we'll get there. Now, the reflection that has came from our panels and from our speakers, it speaks to capacity building of our African women through financial literacy, through digital literacy, and also the voices that must be heard. And also we need to actually sit at the negotiating table. I mean, if you look at our peace and negotiations, we need to see women coming on board and actually sitting in the table and negotiating on conflicts in Africa. Because women are much better, women are much better on negotiation than men when it comes to peace. And we need to actually enforce that as from today, that we need to see more women coming in as peace negotiators in the continent. And also the protection of women in the borders. I think our dear sister from the honorable member from Ghana actually mentioned it, that we need more women that would be actually appointed in customs that will be able to protect women. Access to finance, I think we have heard it quite a lot, and access to markets. And also I think Sis Nomvula mentioned the hub where women are actually trained for market ready. And I think these are the initiatives that member states should actually focus on. Agribusiness. I always tell people money is in the value chain. Money is not in the produce. But what we need to do is we need to train women to understand that they must turn their produce into a product to the market. That's where money is. That's what agribusiness is all about. It's not the product, but it's when you actually turn that product into a tomato sauce. Turn the tomato sauce, turn the tomatoes into tomato sauce. That's where money is. So let us actually assist women in our member states not to just produce and eat only, but let us actually make them to understand that they're in business as well. I'm given 1 minute. Prof mentioned the support of postgraduates. We've got so many of those in our African countries that have done PhDs, but today they are not doing anything about those PhDs. So the collaboration between private sector and academia so that they can be funded to actually start moving forward with the implementation of those PhDs. And collaboration between government and private sector, I think, is very important because that's where it matters most. Sis Ayanda, we know that in my other life, I'm the co-chair of W20 presidency. In South Africa, they're actually leading that aspect where we are actually talking to 3 pillars, which is the K economy, which is gender-based violence, which is financial inclusion. If you look at the K economy, if we can invest a lot in the K economy, we are actually talking to about 300 million jobs that are going to be created in 2035. So K economy is very important. So we can't, at this time in Africa, not concentrate on that K economy so that we can empower women. In closing, data, 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 data. Data informs life. Our data should be punched correctly so that the policy, because data informs policy, so that our policies would be articulating to what is exactly happening on the ground. Collection from punching, this is where it matters most, because if we don't do that, whatever we're talking about today here in Parliament, it's not going to work, because the collation of data, those policies come from the collation, and it's very important that we need to actually address the issue of data collection and make sure that our data as women is collected correctly. So with those words, I'd like to say thank you very much, Program Director, for giving me an opportunity to do the reflection, and to the honorable members and the guests.
Thank you, Dr. Mats Nzamo. Please, can we welcome back to the table the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Habib. Please come and take your seat. And also the President of the Women Caucus, Honorable Honorable Amina Tijani. No, no. The President of the PAP Women's Caucus will be presenting the declarations of the commemoration of the Pan-African Women's Day. Let's welcome her to the podium. Yeah.
مساء الخير إنه لشرف لي أن أقدم لكم.
Good afternoon. It's an honor for me to present for a second time the draft of the final communique of this historic day for the African women, which was a day full of discussion and information sharing and debate over the issues that are facing women in the African continent, among which there is justice and equity between the two sexes in our continent. The Caucus of Women of the Pan-African Parliament had celebrated the African women for the year 2025 under the slogan Women is leading economic justice and innovation in Africa. Uplifting the progress through projects, and it was held on 31st of July 2025 in the Pan-African Parliament seat in Midrand, South Africa, with the cooperation of the business women, the International Organization of Business Women, and with other organs and other representatives from other legislative, national, and entrepreneur women in Africa, and with the persons from the academia and partners from the private sector, and with students and persons from diaspora. This celebration was a forum to confirm the commitment of the Pan-African Parliament to help with the justice for women and giving women the right place to be as a business leader, with light shedding on the role of women in the economic, political, and innovative sectors in Africa, and with the focus on deepening the issue of the justice reparations by looking at the projects that are being led by women. As well, it was a chance to link the institutions and the businessmen and the development institutions in Africa in one forum. The opening session included the welcoming speech by Honorable Fatimata Habib, the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, and a speech of Honorable Tijani Yahya, of the Chair of the Women Caucus, and the main opening word of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mariam Jibe of Parliament of Chad. The session, there has been a discussion among the participants in order to enable women and look at the permanent realization of justice for women. The discussions were around the following items: looking into the reparative justice. All the participants have spoken about the historical inequality that took place and pushed African women away from being participants in the economy. It was recognized that the economy is a very important element to realize justice and inclusive development, especially when it's built upon the popular participation and the empowerment of women. Two, the need for the parliament to lead the equality and the parliamentarians it was shown that the members of the women members of the parliaments have been a key role. They had played a key role in their own parliaments, and they have led developments. There was the confirmation of the importance of the support of all activities where women can be a key factor, like development, energy. As well, there was a focus on looking into the inclusive justice. There was a concentration as well on the development of Africa, and the participants requested that the development should be extended in areas that are led by women, including the e-business and the green technology, and the enabling the participation of women in economies focusing on innovation and the work in order to push the role or the there was a concentration as well on the information sharing and the sharing of information. Participants confirmed that there should be a work in order to enhance and share all the research concerning the participation of women, as well the inclusion of gender-based initiatives and facilitation of cooperation between parliaments and other institutions concerning researches on policy in that direction. Fifth, on the diaspora, the participants have discussed the participation of grassroots leaders, and there had been an exchange of experiences and the success stories, and light was shed on the economic justice. All the testimonies that were delivered and the session explored the social and economic transformation in Africa. 6 the celebration, the day of celebration has included as well the dialogue between the generations and the solidarity between women in all the areas and the countries of Africa. There had been as well focus on the way forward. 7, the participants accepted the following recommendations: that the women should lead the efforts to realize the economic justice, the cooperating with the Pan-African Parliament and its organs that deal with the justice and the participation in negotiations concerning equity and equality between men and women. There had been a discussion as well to contribute to the theme of the African Union for 2025 concerning the reparation justice and the working towards the implementation of this theme. The regional and national parliaments have to include measurements to help the equity and the equality between the two sexes in their own legislations, and the work as well in order to control and oversight the commitment of the international organs towards the innovation in order to provide success and a better life for women. The stakeholders have to work on the following: finding a suitable environment that include women and youth and their prosperity, and to look as well into the markets and the infrastructures and the digital tools that owned by women, by companies that are led by women, the participation in spaces of policy making in order to look into the consequences of policies in all the countries. As a conclusion, while African women is celebrating the Day of African Women in 2025, the Pan-African Parliament is confirming once again its commitment that the African women can not only be beneficiaries but be engineers of this transformation. The Women Caucus is calling upon all the member countries of the African Union and the civil society and the development partners and all other stakeholders in order to transform the commitments into actions in order to invest in the African women as active transformers of the reparation justice. The Pan-African Parliament is thankful to all those who helped and supported the success of this celebration day, and congratulates and thanks the South Africa and the Parliament of South Africa for their hospitality done in Midrand, Republic of South Africa on the 31st of July 2025, signed by the participants.
Thank you, Honorable Tijani. For the closing, let us welcome Honorable Dr. Habib, the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Beneficent.
We are invited to protocole respecté, chers collègues.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly respected, we have come to the end of our program organized in commemoration of the Pan-African Women's Day, and it is with a lot of pleasure and emotion that I take the floor today to address a few words by way of a closing remark. Throughout this morning, we have engaged in discussions, experience sharing, and a lot of inspiration around topics of challenges, successes, and difficulties which African women face here and elsewhere. Your comments have actually enriched our collective brainstorming and have strengthened our commitment in view of an equitable, inclusive, and inclusive society which is mindful of the rights of women. This day is not only a day for commemoration, it is a day which actually reminds us of the resilience of the African woman and their key role in our communities, in the economy, policy making, culture, and peace building, and the future of our continent. I would like to heartily thank all those who contributed to this commemoration, the Women's Caucus, panelists, moderators, as well as you, dear participants, for your active participation. This day, may this day be a source of inspiration, but equally a starting point for concrete actions that are sustainable and rich with meaning. Together, let us put our hands together to make sure that every day becomes a step further for female empowerment and for the full recognition of the place of the African woman in our societies. I would like to share an experience with you, the experience of a typical African woman who is resilient and who is a fighter and the bedrock of the African society. This is a story of a woman an uneducated woman who has a large family, and in the course of her life was a businesswoman, did menial jobs in order to nourish her family and educate them. This woman is each of us. It is my mother. This woman has many kids, and thanks to her determination, was able to train me to become a medical doctor, a specialist, a member of parliament, and a minister through the little jobs she did. And I think there's an opportunity for you to see me as testimony of the amount of respect we owe our mothers. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I declare close today's session. Thank you.
Another clap for the first Vice President. Thank you for the closing remarks. I don't have any other thing to say, but just to invite you for lunch. There's lunch served in the canteen. Our ushers will direct you to the place. Bon appetit and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Yara El-Sherbini, Egyptian entrepreneur and founder of the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program. I want to empower women to take control of their economic destiny.
I was really passionate about making art that was accessible, and using accessible formats was that I think a lot of contemporary art has a language somehow that doesn't engage an audience. There's a formality to it, or almost a language that an audience believe they need to understand to be able to engage with artworks. I'm interested in how we can make work that doesn't make people feel intimidated, but engages people, draws people in, and asks them to participate.
Dr. Gozie Okonjo-Iweala, Nigerian economist and former managing director of the World Bank. I believe that African women can drive economic growth and development.
I think you would be missing a considerable amount of innovation, creativity.
Challenged. About 10 years ago, I thought
years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
Je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Keynote pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Africa, a continent of vibrant cultures, resilient people, and inspiring women. Africa is rising, and at the heart of this transformation are women bold, visionary, and unstoppable. For centuries, they have been the backbone of families, communities, and nations. But today, they are stepping into the spotlight like never before. From politics to entrepreneurship, activism to education, these women are rewriting the narrative. They are not waiting for permission. They are taking charge, breaking barriers, and creating new possibilities for the next generation. This is more than a story of success. It is a movement of empowerment, resilience, and change. It is about women who dared to dream, who fought against the odds, and who are shaping the future of Africa. Welcome to Dear Daughter Podcast with Mariam. Welcome to Empowering African Women, a documentary celebrating the achievements of remarkable women from across the continent. From politics to entrepreneurship, these role models are inspiring a new generation of leaders. Introduction to the role models. Meet our role models, women who have broken barriers and achieved greatness in their respective fields. Dr. Joyce Banda, former president of Malawi, who fought for women's rights and education. I believe that education is the key to unlocking the potential of African women.
It's heavy, but I'm able to carry it. Why? Because I'm an African woman. An African woman carries heavy loads. Anyway, that's how we are trained. We are brought up that nothing is unbearable.
Yara El-Sherbini, Egyptian entrepreneur and founder of the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program. I want to empower women to take control of their economic destiny.
I was really passionate about making art that was accessible and using accessible formats. Was that I think a lot of contemporary art has a language somehow that doesn't engage an audience. There's a formality to it, or almost a language that an audience believe they need to understand to be able to engage with artworks. I'm interested in how we can make work that doesn't make people feel intimidated, but engages people, draws people in, and asks them to participate.
Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Nigerian economist and former managing director of the World Bank. I believe that African women can drive economic growth and development.
I think you would be missing a considerable amount of innovation, creativity, and input when you leave women out. They bring solutions just as men do.
The narrative of a rising Africa is being challenged. About 10 years ago, I spoke about an Africa of hope and opportunity, an Africa of entrepreneurs, an Africa very different from the Africa that you normally hear about of death, poverty, and disease. And that, what I spoke about, became part of what is known now as the narrative of the rising Africa.
Mentoring and empowerment. Mentorship is a critical component of empowering African women. Our role models are paying it forward, inspiring and guiding the next generation of leaders. Aisha Yesufu, Nigerian activist and co-founder of the Bring Back Our Girls movement. I believe that mentorship is essential for building confidence and leadership skills in young women. Mimi Kalinda, Congolese entrepreneur and founder of the African Women's Business Network. I want to create opportunities for women to connect, learn, and grow.
How do we approach communications in 54 different countries that are so different? This application of a blanket approach to an entire continent just simply doesn't work. Doing work in Francophone Africa is completely different to Anglophone, Lusophone. I was born in the Congo, in Kinshasa. People who live in Kinshasa speak a different language, have different cultural sensibilities than people who live on the east of the DRC, for example, closer to Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi. So the way that you approach even one country is going to be so varied and so diverse. So how much more for a whole continent? One of the things that I always tell my clients is building relationships beyond screens.
Overcoming challenges. African women face numerous challenges, from poverty and inequality to violence and discrimination. Our role models have overcome incredible obstacles to achieve their goals. Fatoumata Ba, Senegalese entrepreneur and founder of the women's empowerment organization, Femmes à Développement. I believe that resilience and determination are key to overcoming adversity.
What would you do if you were not afraid? And I was always so clear on having my own answer, which is, if I wasn't afraid, I will go and chase my dreams to leverage technology, deliver impact while being successful and making money, returning the money to investors, hopefully.
Nompendelo Mkachwa, South African activist and president of the African National Congress Women's League. I want to create a world where women are equal and empowered.
Rights begin. Human rights begin when the majority of the people are able to live those rights.
Impact and legacy. Our role models are making a lasting impact in their communities, inspiring change and driving progress. Wanjira Maathai, Kenyan environmentalist and vice president of the Green Belt movement. I believe that African women can drive sustainable development and environmental conservation.
Today, as a human family, we do find ourselves facing the greatest challenge of our time, the climate crisis. We are at once faced by uncertainty, inequity, and urgency like never before. And to make it through all of this, our narrative has to start with this reality that people, poverty, and inequality have got to be at the center, at the heart of how we meet this moment.
Graham Achol, Mozambican politician and humanitarian, and former First Lady of Mozambique and South Africa. I've dedicated my life to promoting women's rights and education. I want to leave a legacy of empowerment and equality for African women.
Tradition has developed a series of practices which over time have become beliefs, which in essence they put women in a position of inferiority. They put women in relationship within the family, within the community, within the nation at large, in a relationship of power, instead of relationship of equality, of mutual acceptance, of building on the strengths of every single individual in the family. Tradition has developed a sort of hierarchy in the relationship between men and women, and that leads to discrimination. That's why girls are the last to go to school. That's how girls' parents believe.
These extraordinary women are more than just role models. They are the architects of a brighter future. Through resilience, innovation, and leadership, they continue to break barriers and inspire generations to come. But the journey doesn't end here. Every voice matters in the movement for empowerment. Whether through mentorship, advocacy, or support, we all have a role to play in shaping a more inclusive and equal future for African women. Join us in celebrating these achievements, share their stories, support women-led initiatives, and be part of the change. Together, we can create a world where every African woman has the opportunity to thrive.
To younger women, my call to action to you is nothing will be handed to you on a platter. You've got to fight for it, you've got to make it work, you've got to go for it. Be yourself, be confident, and know that the experiences you're going through are not peculiar to you. One of the best things about the book that we wrote is showing other women that even women in high leadership positions go through some of these same experiences. They don't go away, but knowing that other women go through it helps when you're a younger woman. So my call to action is seize the moment, be yourself, move forward.
Education, even skilled women, sometimes it's not sufficient for them to take control to the point where they say, I'm not going to allow myself to do this. So I'm not minimizing the importance of education. I'm saying if we don't go and understand the other underlying factors, which can be called traditional or whatever, I hate to call them cultural, because I don't think culture in any place is oppressive. Culture always elevates all of us. That's culture. But the traditions, yes, tradition can be oppressive, and they are oppressive.
Recognition that women in leadership is no longer just words. There are a lot of women, especially African women, who are finding themselves in places of leadership. But I think historically women have just been excluded. We are not at the table when decisions are being made on boards or in the top leadership. We often have responsibility without authority, is what I say. And so this is what has to change. But I think also because of the historical exclusion of women, there's also been somewhat of an acquiescence. Women often don't put themselves forward for leadership. I've seen that most recently in our politics, where you have clear provisions, legal provisions for women to be in leadership. And it's difficult sometimes to find women to run for office. I've seen it in community leadership at the Greenbelt movement, where women were often always the only group members. And so the leadership of the governance of those groups was often women. So women were the chair, they were the secretary, they were the treasurer. But as soon as one man entered the group and they became, a more integrated group, when they picked the leader, they would often always pick the man.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirt Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirt Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirt Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
Je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Keynote pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirt Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirt Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirt Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Keynote pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone somewhere in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Africa, a continent of vibrant cultures, resilient people, and inspiring women. Africa is rising, and at the heart of this transformation are women bold, visionary, and unstoppable. For centuries, they have been the backbone of families, communities, and nations. But today, they are stepping into the spotlight like never before. From politics to entrepreneurship, activism to education, these women are rewriting the narrative. They are not waiting for permission. They are taking charge, breaking barriers,